Hello and good morning to day 2 of the MLQ Eastern Conference Championship. I'm Matt Dwyer, joined once again by Melinda Staub. Melinda, we're joining this game in medias res almost.
Yes, you say day 2. It is technically day 2, although we're still finishing up our last game from day 1 this morning. We've got Detroit and Boston finishing up the last few points of their tiebreaker game that unfortunately had to be put on pause due to inclement weather last night.
Yeah, a bit of lightning. We had some tornado warning sirens, a lot of stuff. And so we just postponed to today. We'll be picking up. We are 32 minutes into this game. Score currently 135 to Boston, Detroit 120. Now, if you didn't tune in yesterday, perhaps you need a refresher. This is game 3 of our 3-game series between these two teams. Detroit winning the first one, and then Boston winning the second. Detroit came out strong in the third game, started off really well-paced offense, lots of good passing. It was a different look, and they clearly had a step on Boston through the majority of the first part of the game. We had our 20-minute stoppage. Detroit was up by a couple, and then Boston catches and have a huge momentum swing. Boston catches to catch up, and then they had a couple goals to go ahead. And now here we are with our set score at 160, I believe.
I believe that as well.
Yeah.
160.
It's hard to remember from yesterday.
It is hard to remember, and apologies. We have some referees standing as they prepare to start the game in front of our scoreboard that we can see. So as soon as we get that set score confirmed, we will share it with the viewers. Matt, what do you think the conversations were last night between these two teams?
So I think if I'm Detroit, right, I'm thankful for the reset because momentum really shifted. Once that catch happened, Boston's sideline was energized. They were clapping, they were cheering. Detroit looked dejected, and then Boston got a couple goals in a row. They go ahead, and everything was going Boston's way right at the end of that last night. I think Detroit is happy for an energy reset, and they can come in fresh this morning and say, yeah, just play it as a short game where we need to score 4, right, and stop them from scoring 3. So if you're Boston, I think you want to keep that momentum going, right? You need to come out very strong, very hard, and you can afford to play a little bit harder because you're playing a short game here. You're only going to be playing. I bet you we won't make it past 6-7 minutes here.
Oh, definitely not. I expect both of these teams to come out ready to play hard. I expect these last few minutes here to be highly physical and really energized.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how the Beaters adjust their strategy based on what was happening yesterday. Detroit was doing really well with their Beaters yesterday, both on offense and defense, really capitalizing on putting Boston on the back foot, making sure that they couldn't get poised on offense as we are getting ourselves started underway here. Now, kind of an interesting scenario you don't see often because this was a suspended game. Teams will start with the balls that they had and the players that they had on the field, and they just go from this point.
So we've got Persons with the quad ball, just crossing midfield here, passing down to Flathers. Flathers on the far side, back up to Persons. Detroit with dodgeball control. Persons driving out to Flathers, back up to the top to Persons. A little bit of a reset here for Boston as they're taking a new look to the near side of Steinberg. Back up to Persons. You've got some beater movement. Persons looking out to Flathers. Flathers driving on the small hoop. Doesn't get it. Out to Steinberg. Steinberg looking. They shoot and they score. Are 145 to 120 Boston. Set score is 160. Sowers driving. Detroit looking to pick up the pace. Sowers on the far side to the top to Jackson.
Detroit wanted to push that pace for a moment, and then Boston's beaters were able to get back quickly.
Jackson carrying the ball to the near side. Jackson driving toward the top. Met by Flathers. Jackson trying the far side now. Rotating the offense. Down to Sowers on the far corner. Sowers driving back out to Jackson at the top. Jackson over to Pratt. Pratt to Jackson. Jackson is beat. Protected by Banis. Pratt passes to the behind the hoops. Picked up by Markland. Markland deep in Boston territory. Markland's driving. Out to Sowers. Sowers jukes. Sowers driving. Out to Pratt. Pratt bobbles. Pratt is beat. There's a scrum for the quad ball. Deep in Boston territory. The scrum is ongoing as beaters are do not seem interested in helping out their quad ball. More interested in maintaining bludger control and pressure on that side of the game.
Dodgeballs were on the other side of the field. They needed to throw one back to Weishart in order to get that all cleared up. Jackson fell on it and was just kind of scrumming. I mean, it kills time to get the beaters back into position, but like if you can come up with that, maybe you can stand up and score. Unfortunately, it didn't happen.
Persons passes to Steinberg on the near side. Steinberg rotates the offense. Takes the quad ball to the far near corner. Back up to Parsons at the top. Parsons is met by Sowers. Out to Flathers on the far side. Flathers passes to Schwartz, but the hoop is down. Sowers on a fast break. Met by Steinberg, but is stopped with a huge hit.
Great heads-up play by Sowers there, taken on the run. Hoop gets knocked over, ball gets loose, Schwartz gets beat, so Sowers is going to use that speed. Major stop there by Steinberg to save that goal.
Like we said at the start of before the game even started, expect a lot of physicality here. Both these teams are fresh despite being late in this game. Persons working with Weishart. Detroit just letting Persons walk up to the hoops in their locked-in defense. Down to Steinberg behind the hoops. Steinberg out to Schwartz. Schwartz passes to Flathers. Flathers is met by Jackson at the hoops. Big hit there. Referee stops play. Looks like ref did not like that hit by Jackson. That's going to put Boston in great position here at the hoops.
Still a lot of defenders in the way.
Flathers allowed to relocate here for a better chance. Driving, and they missed the shot. Just a little bit low there. Quad ball scooped up by Detroit. In the hands of Sowers now as they near mid-pitch.
It's an unlucky break there for Tommy Flathers.
There's a lot of pressure on that. In the meantime, Boston did regain dodgeball control. Sowers bringing the quad ball to the near side, met by Flathers. Sowers driving. Sowers takes the ball back behind. Out to Pratt, back to Sowers. Sowers behind the hoops. Sowers passes to Markland for a beautiful alley-oop. We are at 130-145, still in Boston's favor.
Great heads-up play by Sowers there, having good vision, looking downfield with defenders in his face. Finds Markland on the cut. Excellent goal.
Persons out to Flathers on the far side. Flathers passes behind the hoops. That is nearing the end line. Didn't. Okay, so while Detroit did pick up that ball, Boston was able to push Markland out of the end zone. so that they could re-enter the game, or re-enter the ball in their own possession, but that did not work out for them as Detroit was able to pick that up fairly easily.
That was a great strategic play by Boston there. Unfortunately, Detroit's defense was ready for it. Sowers intercepts the inbound, and now Detroit gets a go.
Detroit back with dodgeball control as Sowers passes out to Jackson on the far side. Back to Sowers at the top. To the near side, Markman, Jackson. Sowers at the top, bobbles, regains control. Sowers calls for the offense to rotate. Jackson to the top. Sowers near the hoops. Is met by Persons. Sowers passes across. Out of bounds. Boston ball.
Great defense there by Boston, covering the Detroit offense very closely, making sure that Sowers did not get a clear look at a pass and just having him throw it away.
Boston looking to push the pace here. Flathers with an off-target pass to Steinberg. Steinberg scoops back up to Parsons on the near side. Parsons driving to the hoops. Is met by Detroit's defense. Out to Flathers on the far side. Steinberg behind the hoops. Bobbles the pass. Somehow is able to bobble that through the hoops.
Just completely flips that over his head with a one-handed scoop. And just, that was an incredibly lucky thing. I was about to yell at him for not using two hands, but then he scored, so it's okay.
He meant to do that.
Meant to do that.
Meanwhile, Boston is just one goal away from ending this game. Detroit needs 3.
Detroit going to have to play cautiously. They cannot allow a fast break here.
Butler in the game now with the ball on the far side. Butler beat on the far side. Quad ball on the ground at mid-pitch is kicked back behind Detroit's hoops. Schwartz running. Unable to catch it.
Persons really wanted that as a go-ahead because Boston's offense wasn't ahead of the ball yet, so Persons just plays it with her foot into space, and unfortunately Schwartz wasn't able to get there before it went out of bounds. I think a lighter touch by Persons creates a great opportunity for Boston.
Not all of us can be soccer stars.
I think that foot skill in quad ball is an underrated thing. The people who can do it well usually do it really well, and no one else even tries.
Detroit with the ball again in the hands of Butler on the far side. Butler passes across to Margolis. A little bit of a lower pass there. Margolis not able to get control of the quad ball and it goes out of bounds. Boston ball. Here's their chance to end the game right now. They are 1 point away.
Margolis with a great cut there. Unfortunately, Butler put that one in the dirt. That's a huge missed opportunity.
Quad ball in Persons' hands as they cross mid-pitch. They've got Flathers on the near side now. A different look for Boston this time around. Tremple in the game on the far side. Ball up to Persons at the top. Tremple, Persons at the top. Persons passes to Flathers at the hoops for an alley-oop. There's a scrum on the ground for the quad ball. Picked up by Tremple. Out to Schwartz. Detroit beaters able to clean that up.
An incredible smothering defense by Detroit there. I almost wanted to question one of those tackles. It looked like someone left their feet to make the wrap, but referees didn't call anything. That was huge because Boston was at the point for... I mean, the ball came out to 3 different players, and Detroit was able to smother it every time.
Detroit with another opportunity here. Butler passes to Love now in the far corner, behind the hoops. Love back up to Butler. Butler passes to Jackson. That's intercepted by Flathers. Boston looking to push the pace here. Tremple with the ball. Driving and scores. That goal is good, and this game is over. Boston 165 to Detroit's 130.
And as we predicted, both teams really pushing the pace there, looking for physical stops. Detroit, I need to give them credit for the amount of physical stops that they made in this shortened period. It just was unable to stop the onslaught of Boston's offense. Congratulations to the Boston Forge for winning the series and moving forward. All right, so please keep it locked here on the Major League Quadball YouTube channel. We will be starting the next game shortly, and we will continue with day 2 right after this. Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the MLQ Eastern Conference Championship, where we are moving into our actual day 2 now after finishing up that last game between Boston and Detroit that was suspended for weather reasons yesterday. My name is Matt Dwyer, here again with Melinda Stauff. Melinda, how are you feeling about this matchup between Boston and Charlotte?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how these two teams line up. We just saw Boston come out the gate pretty strong, finishing up that third game against Detroit. The Aviators this morning with their first game of the day, so they might have to, shake off a little rust, so to speak, between, having games yesterday and getting warmed up today.
Wiping the sleep out of their eyes. Now, of course, Boston playing a 3-game series against Detroit. Detroit taking the first game and Boston taking the latter 2 to win and move on to this seeding. Charlotte losing 2 games to New York yesterday. So Charlotte, the lower seed, and we'll see what they're able to do here. Now, I believe both these teams, they qualify for the championship, and this series will just help determine the conference champion and then seeding. Yes. So today is determining seeding for MLQ championships in 2 weeks in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Yesterday we saw New York play themselves out of needing to be seeded, so they will have a bye going into the championship. And then unfortunately we saw Cleveland Riff's season end yesterday with 2 losses to Washington, and they did not qualify for championship, so neither of those teams will be playing today. Yeah, so we will see Washington and Detroit again later, but for right now, our 2 teams, Boston and Charlotte, taking the field in their primary kits today. Boston will be on your screen attacking left to right in the purple and pink kits, and Charlotte in their gold and scarlet kits attacking right to left. As we mentioned, Boston already got a little bit of a warm-up against Detroit, so that'll hopefully they're feeling warm and ready for it today. I'm interested in seeing the matchup, how these 2 teams' beaters do. I feel like Charlotte, it was difficult for them to get around New York in a lot of ways, and I think that Boston is a better matchup for them today.
I agree. Charlotte just couldn't quite match the physical intensity that New York brought into the day yesterday. But when it comes to size and athleticism, I think these 2 teams are fairly well matched.
I think a big problem for them was New York's passing game on offense. It was just a little too crisp, and some defensive mistakes led to a lot of New York goals. Boston offers a similar style of offense. However, as we saw in that last game, Detroit, by creating a lot of physical stops, putting their beaters in correct positioning, really was able to shut down some of that offense. Now, Boston still came away with it, but if Charlotte is able to make that adjustment to stop that Boston offense and kind of disrupt those passes more, they will definitely have a shot here.
Absolutely. Head ref about to get the game going. Charlotte with the quad ball to start, picked up by Thompson. Charlotte attacking. Thompson across. 2. Thompson shoots, blocked by Monarchs, and Boston able to pick up that quad ball. Pretty straightforward defense for them there.
Charlotte maintained control after that one.
Munham swinging the ball to the near side. Out to Magner. Magner behind the hoops. Back to Munham. Magner. Pass a little high, going over the head and going out of bounds. Charlotte ball.
little bit of a slow start here for both teams as they each have their opening possession.
Quadball crossing midline in the hands of Thompson. Thompson using the beater to be able to walk up, driving, meets some contact, shoots and scores through the top hoop. First point of the game goes to Charlotte. We are at 10-0 out of the hands of Thompson.
And the beat was coming in and unfortunately hit off the defender, Magner, shielding it from Thompson, able to get it through that top hoop after turning his body.
Boston looking to equalize here in the hands of Menham. We have some beater action, opening up some lanes for Boston. Ball near side to Magner. Magner passes behind to Schwartz. Schwartz looking, jukes, shoots and misses. Picked up by Flathers. Flathers to the top to Munham to reset. Munham passes deep to Schwartz. Schwartz drives, looks for an open hoop and scores. We're all tied up 10-10.
No beaters back now for Boston.
Charlotte in a no dodgeball situation. Wrapped up. Unfortunately, Shaw lost their footing after some contact by Flathers, went down and lost the quad ball. Boston taking their time waiting for the referees to get their goals set back up.
Yeah, some absolute chaos from the beaters here on the other end of the field. Charlotte maintained control after that one, and especially after a couple of long missed beats. Richard was off the field for a long time tracking the ball down.
Magner on the near side, driving, shoots, and scores on the middle hoop.
Great shot by Sam Magner there. Really just turned the corner with the help of DeMuth. Great shot.
We're at 20-10 in favor of Boston now. Charlotte crosses mid-pitch in the hands of Thompson. Thompson walking up again, shooting toward that middle hoop. No good. Womack beat deep in Boston territory. Charlotte unable to equalize on that drive. I like the idea by Thompson there, taking that shot on the middle hoop. It looks like Boston might be leaving that a little open, especially if they're going to let them walk up so far. Just
Absolutely.
A little off target on that attempt. Munham passes. Flathers on the near side in the corner. Back up to Munham. Munham met by Ross. Over to Persons, now back in the game. Persons passes deep. Picked up by Flathers. Flathers over to Schwartz on the far side. Schwartz back up to Munham. Munham drives. Looking for a pass to Flathers. It was just a little low, a little off target as Flathers was driving toward the middle, toward the near side hoop.
Kind of a sidearm throw there, trying to get it to the outside of the hoops to the defender and just a little too wide.
Crew's in the game now with the quad ball in their hands. Crew's out to Cole Tibbs. Tibbs taking the ball to the far side. Tibbs driving on the mid-size hoop. Looks like that was maybe a shot attempt and they just couldn't really round that corner there. And we've got a stoppage of play.
It looked like Tibbs had driven in and tried to kind of, from a sideways angle, get it through the hoop. Unfortunately, there were some defenders in the way, so we couldn't really see from our angle. I think they're confirming with the goal referee now. Boston is saying there's no way.
Oh, that went in! It went in! That was good!
Goal confirmed, no good. As we get ready to restart play now. Womack putting the pressure on Boston now. Deep in Boston territory. Leary has to pass it back to Steinberg behind the hoops. Boston attacking now. Persons with the ball walking up the field. Persons to Steinberg behind the hoops on the near side. Steinberg back up to Persons. Persons met by Ross, passes it to Schwartz. Excuse me, that was Dylan. There was a shot attempt that was off target. And Boston is still attacking. Dylan driving. Dylan passes across to Steinberg. Steinberg finds the small hoop and scores.
And the Boston Beaters were going absolutely wild there. Gunnar was just going crazy, but unfortunately it's now left them with a no dodgeball situation.
Charlotte with another opportunity on no dodgeballs against Boston. Chris just drives in and dunks it into the tall hoop. Score is 30-20 Boston.
Great answer by Charlotte there, recognizing the situation. Cruz understanding that he had a moment to step into the drive lane. No physical stop necessary. Right through.
Charlotte wanting to put a little bit of pressure up high on Boston. Boston's beater said no and cleared that out pretty quickly, and Charlotte retreated. In the hands of Dylan now. Dylan driving. That looked like it might have been a shot, but it was a pretty clean pass to Leary, actually. Ball in the top now in Person's hands. Person passes to no one. Unfortunately, I think they thought that beater there was an eligible quadball player for them.
The Charlotte defense, the beaters specifically, were putting great pressure on the Boston Chasers to make sure that they were not having time to set up or make good passes. The passes were quick, but they were given no time to think about what they were doing.
Cruz driving, needs some contact on that shot, and that just goes a little awry. No goal. Leary inbounding now behind Boston's hoops, running the ball up. Leary crosses mid-pitch, passes to Persons. Persons on the near side. Still toward the top. Met by Tibbs, passes off to Leary. Leary taking the ball to the far side, passes to Dylan. Dylan across to Steinberg. Steinberg shoots on the near side hoop. Off target, but Persons collects. Persons drives. Is met with a lot of contact. Tibbs takes Persons down and collects. Charlotte with another fast break opportunity here. Cruz. Steinberg wraps up Cruz. Cruz gets the ball out to Tibbs. Tibbs spinning. Tibbs looking for the hoop. Shoots through contact and scores on the small hoop. We're tied 30-30 here.
And that was all started because Tony Bonadio was playing out of his mind for a moment there, just all over the field, up and down, really putting the pressure on Boston, forcing the turnover, and that allowed Cruz to move forward. Great heads-up play by Tibbs to get the ball from Cruz, who couldn't quite get it out before he got wrapped up. And now it looks like our referees are going to be conferencing. I'm wondering if there was maybe some illegal contact there on that play.
Yeah, Charlotte's beaters doing a great job of giving their quadball players plenty of opportunities. We've seen several fast break opportunities for them this game so far.
I think Boston has been pretty good so far, relatively speaking, to meet those breaks with contact. I think Charlotte's just doing a good job of finishing.
No call on the play there. Goal is good. So confirmed 30-30. Keeper Steinberg with the quad ball now, carrying it up to the near side into Charlotte territory, taking it deep behind the hoops. Near side, bringing it back. Turning the corner, pass up to Dylan. Dylan driving across, passes out to Persons. Persons behind to Leary. Leary shoots, misses, that's collected by Tibbs. Charlotte looking to pick up the pace a little bit. Tibbs driving. Passes up to Womack. Womack's met by lots of contact. Leary and Steinberg taking them down.
And now all beaters down on the other end of the field, and so Boston has an opportunity here.
Persons driving with the quad ball now. Shoots on Cruz on the short hoop and scores.
I think the Charlotte beaters overextended themselves a little bit to push for that break on the previous play. Lebov was way out in front and managed to make the beat on Weishart on the inside right in front of the hoops. However, that lost the ball and they all got scrambled to the far side behind Boston's hoops, and that allowed for the turnaround and fast break goal from Boston.
Tibbs with the ball now. Tibbs driving, passes back to Leary. Leary squeaks it out.
And no good on that goal. I think Cruz was beat there.
Okay.
The shot was good, but the goal is no good because Cruz was beat before the shot.
You don't often see referees interfering with the quad ball like that. That threw me for a loop a little bit, but I think you are correct. Cruz was beat on that shot attempt. You got Steinberg with the ball on the near side now, directing their offense. Ball on the far side. Go, Jordan! Ball on the far side now. Driving. Boston driving. Shot off target there a little bit. Charlotte will be collecting in the backfield. Tibbs looking to push the pace again. Charlotte really running with this high intensity offense now. Tibbs turning the corner, bringing the ball to the far side. Tibbs trips and really just tries to swat it out, get it to anybody. Boston now with an opportunity. Steinberg gets it out to number 53. That was Jordan Smiley who shoots and scores.
And that was an unfortunate beater play by Charlotte that allowed that to happen. Hannah Reese's beat missed, went way off field. She needed to go retrieve it, and the Boston defense just smothered Charlotte, and that allowed for the turnaround and another fast break goal.
Szymanski now for Charlotte, passes off. Charlotte with the ball on the far side, turning the corner to the back, picked up by Thompson, who was also beat. We've got a scrum in the keeper zone for Boston now.
Boston maintaining control for a little while here, past couple plays.
Smiley off to Boston with the dunk attempt, misses. Charlotte now. Taylor passes to an open number 64.
That was Thompson on that goal.
Thompson on the goal, Nicholas Thompson.
Braxton Hale, that was a great heads-up play. Took the ball off a bounce, realized that the Boston defenders were closing in on his near side, and push it back out to Thompson, who was streaking in. Great play.
Fighter now with the ball on the near side, passes back. And an alley-oop, Tremple scores on the short hoop. Score is now 70-40 in favor of Boston. Excuse me, 60-40 in favor of Boston.
like to call those Space Jam plays, when someone just comes in really fast, huge running leap, handles the ball and slams it home immediately. Very, very hard to defend.
Hale running the offense now for Charlotte, passes off to Hirsch. Hirsch met with contact by Smiley, gets it out to Hale again. Hale taking the ball on the far side. Hale turning the corner, tries to pass, that's bobbled. Thompson collects the ball, but they're beat. That's going to be a quad ball turnover for continuing play. Trumple with the ball now, gets it in the hands of Fighter.
And the throw by Peck took out the hoop that they were trying to score on. Just an unfortunate throw there, and that led to the defense being able to stop that Charlotte offense. Rain starting to pick up a little bit here this morning.
Trumple out to Gray. Gray is beat, and all they can do is flip that ball up. Smiley now with the ball. Gets it to Fighter. Fighter met with traffic. Hale putting the pressure on now at midfield. Fighter's going to drive on the hoops now. Met by Thompson. Just gets it up, looking for any opportunity there, hoping to get that to the hoop, get it away from the middle of the pitch. Turnover.
Incredible beater play by Janie Hellman right there. Made the beat on Hale. Charlotte beater comes in, immediately catches, and sends the Charlotte beater back to hoops, maintaining control for Boston. Great play.
Let's go, Andre!
Hale taking the ball on the far side now. Asking for the pick, gets it. Still met with traffic. Thompson looking, gets that ball stripped out of their hands by Fighter. Boston looking to drive, but they'll opt to set up instead.
Richard back in at beater for Charlotte.
Boston passing around, looking for an opening. Gray driving, trying to save that play. Unfortunately, we have the quad ball going over the midline. And
Great.
that will be a midline turnover.
Great athletic effort there by Gray. Really unfortunate. Tried to turn the corner around Hirsch to put it through and instead knocked over the hoop, and the ball got swatted forward. Just unfortunate.
Rain really picking up now here in Hamilton.
The crowd around us scrambling to cover, scrambling to get their umbrellas and raincoats on as the referees talk about how this one's going to be adjudicated. It should be. And now they're giving the ball back to Gray. Not quite sure what the call was there, but the ball ends up back in Boston's hands, so perhaps it wasn't actually a backcourt violation.
With the rain and the tent, it's kind of hard to hear how the head referee called that play. Pass down to Salowitz, far pass. Salowitz able to find that open goal and score.
Salowitz able to be behind the entire defense because everyone was moving forward, trying to get ahead of the fast break for the midline violation. Great heads-up play by Salowitz to just stay in place. Charlotte with control now moving forward. It's Peck and Richard.
Hale passes out to Thompson. Thompson on the far side. Thompson passes to a driving Hale. Hale shoots on the short hoop and scores.
Boston defender was out of position there as Steinberg's going to take it and start moving fast.
Steinberg looking. Passes to Salowitz. Salowitz behind the hoop. Passes back up to Persons.
Hey. Alright, yep, we're gonna go.
Persons driving, shoots.
Everyone got hoops,
Oh,
Yeah.
The referee did have their hands up for an advantage play, so Boston did have a free play on that one.
Looked like reckless dislodgement on that medium hoop. All right, the rain abates a little bit. Hopefully it stays away. But now the field will be nice and wet and slippery. We've seen the turf monster get a couple players so far. Really affects your grip too. I think the average viewer, if you haven't like tried to throw a dodgeball in the rain, you don't understand how slippery those can get and how much that can affect your throw.
Yeah, even without the active rain, every time that ball touches the ground, it's getting wet again and again. It can be really tough. Here's the referee with their decision.
And looks like that'll be a blue card on number 76, Gwen Sofka. Sofka with a reckless dislodgement. So that'll turn the ball back over to the hands of Persons. A couple defenders in the way. Has Salowitz behind the hoops and Steinberg on the edge and Song behind. So lots of options. We'll see what she does with it.
I expect Boston to reset here. We found Steinberg on the far side. Alley-oops and scores.
Great use of a size mismatch there. Steinberg has a good head and shoulders above Hirsch, able to get it above Hirsch's head, and good athletic play, get it on the other side of the hoops and put it through, and then Persons stopping up any fast break opportunity while the beaters recovered. Great job, Boston.
That score brings Sofka back into the game. Charlotte fully reloaded now. Thompson on the near side. Back up to Hale. Hale dancing, finds Thompson. Thompson back up to Hale. Quick pass off to...
They were looking for Hirsch, but it was intercepted by Persons.
Ball to Steinberg in the near corner. Back up to Persons. Persons driving. Steinberg receives a blue card.
That's an illegal swat is what we heard there, so Steinberg will have to switch out the keeper headband. And the rain is picked up once more.
Steinberg passing off the keeper headband to Persons as they head to the box to serve their penalty time.
So that'll put the ball in the hands of Zachary Thompson. Boston with control right now with Brooks and Gunnar and Bonadio off to the side. Charlotte looking to push a little pace on this one. Thompson driving in. Brooks misses the beat.
Takes a shot on the tall hoop but misses. Another shot on the tall hoop by Hirsch doesn't go through. Ross tries to collect, unable to. Hale now on the near side, gets it up to Hirsch. Hirsch driving against Song. Hirsch with the ball in the backfield, shoots against Salowitz. Salowitz blocks that shot.
And Thompson was coming screaming in after being beat. Salowitz disrupting the pass. Major chaos there. An unfortunate couple missed beats from Boston allowed that play to be extended.
New line in now for Boston. We've got Venom with the ball. Venom passes to Magner on the near side. Magner met by Ross. Out to Steinberg. Magner. Magner across to Flathers. Flathers up to Munham again. Flathers near the hoops. Across to Magner.
Little beater foul there by Charlotte. Turned one of the dodgeballs over to Boston.
Steinberg with the ball now. This will be the last possession of the first half. Magner carrying it on the near side. met by Ross. Steinberg up top. Steinberg looking to turn the corner, takes the ball, passes back up to Magner. Magner driving. Passes out to Munham. Munham behind the hoops, Munham over the hoops. Steinberg now in front, driving through some traffic, looking for an opening. Flathers has it. Munham now behind the hoops. Munham shoots and scores. And that will end the first half. The score is 90-50 Boston.
No, they're saying goal is no good, so that half is...
The half will be over.
The half will be over because Charlotte has got... Well...
The play ended, and that was the last possession, but the goal was no good, so the score is now 80-50.
All right, I'll admit, I'm a little confused on that one. I'm a little confused on that one because the... Oh, you know what? It went over the midline. The shot went over the midline, so that would create the turnover.
Turnover.
Okay, yeah.
I was going to say I was confused by some of the beater adjudication going on in the middle of that play, too. I see Amanda Dallas, assistant referee, coming in, reassigning some dodgeballs. There was a lot of chaos going on there.
That was really weird. The Boston Beaters were clearly upset that something that Tony Bonadillo had done, and he backed off the ball, and then rather than stopping play, the AR went in and grabbed it and gave it to Boston. Just a little bit of a weird adjudication there.
But all is said and done now. We are at the intermission, and what are you hoping to see in the second half?
I think Charlotte needs to make a little bit of an adjustment. I think they need to tighten up the offense just a little bit. The passing has looked pretty good, and they're capitalizing on Boston's mistakes, specifically in the beater game. Like when they're making a mistake and there's a missed beat, they are taking the space. They're finding another option to pass to. They are moving in. It's just like they're not finishing off of that, right? The physical defense of Boston is either overcoming them or they're missing the shot. Like it just needs to be a little bit tighter, and they're right in this.
Exactly. Yeah, Boston's really taking away those like second and third opportunities that Charlotte would really like to capitalize on.
Absolutely. On the other side of the field, I think Charlotte's defense has done a pretty good job at shutting down a lot of Boston plays. I mean, really the difference here, I think, is just those couple of fast breaks that happened earlier in the game, like early mid part of the game, that is putting Boston ahead. Otherwise, these teams are more or less playing shot for shot. Yeah,
Charlotte's playing a fairly locked in 2-2 defense. You see some of their defenders coming out a little bit, meeting Boston's quadball handlers up top, but I mean, for the most part, Boston's not finding a lot of room on the hoops to at least shoot on. It's usually they're scoring when there's chaos, when there's dodgeballs on the ground, when they're able to find some size mismatches here and there.
As the teams regain the field now for our flag runner on pitch, we will see what adjustments they make.
We've got Cruz for Charlotte and Trumple for Boston starting at seekers. So size on both sides. It seems like these teams are really valuing the points you could get from catching a flag here.
Derek Parker is our flag runner. So after the no goal call on Boston, that'll start in Charlotte's hands. That's Tibbs in at keeper now.
Set score for this game is 140. That means the first team to 140 will win this game.
I was spending a minute here trying to locate the other dodgeball. It's Charlotte does have control. It's Richard and Lebov. Lebov is just way off to the right of the screen on the end line.
Okay, we'll start the game. Quadball in Charlotte's hands.
And they are
Tibbs at keeper.
They're going to park Richard and Lebov right in front of the flag runner, give Cruz as much time as possible.
Thompson down to Ross. Ross with the quadball behind the hoops. Passes out to Thompson. Thompson shoots. It's no good.
All dodgeballs down for a second there as Wicken and Callahan for Boston are facing off against Control. LeBeau heads up play for a kick beat.
Boston taking their time here, crossing mid-pitch, and the quad ball in the hands of Steinberg. Steinberg creeping forward, out to Flathers on the far side. Flathers rounds the corner through some contact, more contact there, shoots. It's picked up by Leary, who scores on this small hoop. We're now at 90-50 Boston.
And with the beaters solely focused on the flag game, and it looks like there's advantage Boston on that, I think we'll see a lot of fast offense here. Still a pretty persistent drizzle, keeping the field slick. And Boston is telling their beaters, stay in the flag runner game.
Both of these teams really focused on the flag runner game, looking for those extra points to give their team the edge.
So they're explaining, the referees are explaining something to LeBeau on the other side there.
Wicken indicating to their team that they believe that they will be receiving some sort of card.
All right, so that looks to be a card for LeBeau, and then a card for Wicken as well. So the double card will turn the ball back to Richard. Callahan next to her, also with the ball. So we'll see how Richard plays this. Both Cruz and Tremple have straight shots to the flag.
The third dodgeball down at the hoops at Charlotte's side.
Which Callahan is actually closer to, so I'm wondering if Callahan won't try and throw their ball and then pick up the third. But would have to do it before Richard can beat them, so we'll see what happens there. This is where I need to turn to beaters for strategy. I don't play this position. I don't know what I would do there. I can't throw fast enough. These folks can.
Yeah. It's risk versus reward. Do you risk a double beat situation here? Do you risk leaving the opposing team's flag runner with an open shot at the flag? There's a lot that can be gained from this play here by both teams' beaters, but there's a lot that can be lost too if they misstep.
And to add another wrinkle here, the whole other part of the game, Steinberg has the quad ball with Tibbs leaning over him, and Steinberg's going to roll it back.
Persons picks up the quad ball, but is brought down by Slominski. Ball gets out to Steinberg, who gets wrapped up by Thompson. Thompson beat Boston with the ball now in the hands of Steinberg, well in Charlotte territory. Ball is bobbled around near the hoops, and Emma Persons is somehow able to get that through despite never really having control of it.
I think kind of an assist there by Melissa Ross, unfortunately for Charlotte.
We're now at 100-50 in favor of Boston. Against that score is 140.
Ryan, I'm with you.
Tibbs crossing mid-pitch, but is met in traffic by Steinberg. Ball crossing back and forth. Picked up on the near side by Flathers. Flathers passes to Steinberg near the hoops. Flathers shoots on the tall hoop and scores.
And in the chaos here with no beaters in the quad ball game, it is all Boston right now.
Boston creeping ever closer to ending this game. Just 3 goals away now. Thompson driving for Charlotte on the near side. Passes in traffic. Kind of a poor pass to Ross, who isn't able to pick it up. Leary just kicking the ball across the field. Steinberg finally able to get it up off the ground. Shoots on the far hoop and scores.
An advantage call in Boston's favor.
Sounds like we're going to have more conversation in the beater game here.
I mean, all 4 beaters are concentrated within a 10-foot area of each other. They were going pretty wild with the throws. Callahan had come in hard, managed to make a beat to clear LeBeau, who then ran out, came back in the play. Boston currently has control.
A blue card given to Cody LeBeau for activity in the beater game.
LeBeau pleading his case.
Okay.
LeBeau really trying to understand what the problem is, or maybe something else that one of the Boston players had done. There was the thing is that I think LeBeau played out of bounds, and that was what the actual card was for, and that's the turnover. So that'll leave Charlotte with no dodgeballs. There's 2 right next to Callahan.
Hey, Ryan, I can make a beat in here too.
All right, so that goal by Boston was still good. The advantage abated because of it. So 120-50. Currently with Boston, just 2 more for Boston to win it.
As we restart play now, in the hands of Tibbs. Tibbs taking a long pass behind the hoops. Met by traffic and contact behind the hoops there. We've got a scrum for the quad ball without any dodgeballs in the game, in the quad ball game at least.
Bonnie Hernandez was the receiver there for Charlotte, kind of like a football receiver reception, looking over her shoulder to get that one that was well overthrown. And now the 10-second countdown has happened with no beaters there, and Boston will come up with it.
Boston sidelines telling their team to take their time. Flathers to the far side to Schwartz. Schwartz meets some traffic, but is easily able to break through it to shoot and score on that tall hoop.
I think we're really starting to see the difference now in physicality. Boston able to score basically at will on these fast breaks and no beater defenses.
Womack with the quad ball now for Charlotte. Passes to Hale on the far side. Back up top to Womack. Womack finding Hernandez behind the hoops. Hernandez moving. Hale behind the hoops now, looking for an opening. Hale bobbles it out to Thompson. Thompson able to find an opening there and score. Their first score in the second half now, 60-130. Hale pushing the pace now again as there was a turnover at mid-pitch. Passes off to Thompson. Thompson again able to score. 2 quick scores in succession there for Charlotte. They're now 70-130, doing everything they possibly can. And we've got a penalty against Charlotte.
I hope that we got Gunnar on video here jumping over 3 balls within 5 seconds. That was just incredible athleticism there, and he just kept doing it. I think the call was over here. Oh, and the card is actually on Gunnar. It was a contact from behind, yellow card. So that is a huge shift in momentum because the dodgeball control was pretty fluid right here, but Boston was getting a little bit of an edge after those several missed beats in a row by Charlotte.
That does leave Fiona Weishart alone, the sole beater for Boston.
Yeah, trying to determine if Weishart is out of bounds here or if Lebov can make the beats. She's standing right on the line.
With Boston just one goal away from ending this game, we'll see how much it matters. They could end it here with Gunnar in the box regardless, since the dodgeballs haven't been much involved in the quadball game anyway.
So Weishart was in bounds. Lebov gets the beat, and Bonadio will come in at seeker for Charlotte.
Leary with the quadball near the hoops, not able to find an opening, tries to pass it. Steinberg able to pick it up. Excuse me, not Steinberg. Schwartz able to bobble it around a little bit behind Charlotte's hoops, but never able to gain control, gets sent back to hoops. And the ball in the hands of Hale now for Charlotte, who crosses mid-pitch.
No dodgeballs back for Boston right now.
Hale pretty easily drives and dunks on Munham there on the far side hoop.
And an advantage call for Charlotte now. And I think that's going to be a foul against Eli Fighter, who's in at seeker for Boston. Wanted the slap on the dodgeball, but Richard hadn't released it yet, and he had slapped it out of her hands.
You can't do that.
Hey, we can't start that chanting here. But no, you can't do that.
You can't do that.
So with that foul, I mean, it should be that the goal stands for Charlotte there, 130-80, as Hale with a little roundabout movement, two hands over Munham.
Yeah, I think Boston just needs to lock in here in the quad ball game. It's been what's getting them, closer and closer to that set score in the second half here, and it's frankly working really, really well for them. I think the end of the game is so close that they can taste it at this point, and they're just getting a little antsy, trying to force this final goal. Ball in the hands of Gray now. Or excuse me, that's Dylan. Dylan behind Charlotte's hoops. It gets swatted out by Thompson. Thompson now looking for an opening to begin their team's offense. Womack picks up the ball at midfield, drives on Boston's hoops, shoots and scores. Charlotte creeping back into this.
130-90, and it's just an unfortunate error by Dylan there, and I think a really good swat by Zachary Thompson get that out of his hands.
Dylan taking the quad ball to the far side in the hands of Magner now. Magner looking for that small hoop is denied. Dylan picks up the ball. Dylan near midfield. Swatted again by Thompson. Another great swat by Thompson. Looks for Hale midfield, but that gets intercepted by Munham. Hale sent back to hoops as Munham is floating it up. Schwartz picks up the quad ball now, passes to Dylan. Dylan on the far side. Schwartz to himself. Shoots, or excuse me, passes to Magner, who shoots on the near hoop and scores.
And that's it.
That should be the end of the game.
Is the referee calling it? There we are. Okay, officially calling it.
The end of the game. Okay. So Boston finally able to lock in at the end there, create an offensive drive that looked pretty standard, pretty clinical, and finding an open hoop against Charlotte. But Charlotte surging toward the end, making this game a little bit closer.
Absolutely, the aggressive defense plus Boston's beaters kind of being really locked into the flag game allowed them to make a couple key blocks, a couple interceptions, a couple stops, and it was turning around for them. They were able to move the ball back up the field, and they scored 4 goals within just the past couple minutes. Like, they were really clawing it back there. Unfortunately, Boston, just too much momentum ahead of them, too much of a lead, and that was like old school chaotic quad ball there. It was just everyone's everywhere. There's dodgeballs flying, every pass is off your back foot, just launching it at the goal. It was really fun. I had a great time watching that game.
I did too, and credit to Charlotte, and I specifically want to shout out Thompson there. A few great spots, a few great heads-up plays on defense to get some turnovers, and that resulted in some of those last-minute scores for Charlotte.
Yeah, Zachary Thompson, great defensive stand in the last 2 minutes there. Unfortunately, not enough, but they will have another shot at it in a little bit. Right now, we'll take a quick break, but keep it locked here as we continue with Day 2 of the MLQ Eastern Conference Championship, where we will see Washington face off against Detroit. Hello and welcome back to day 2 of MLQ Eastern Conference Championships. We got our next game up. First in this series, Washington against Detroit. I'm Matt Dwyer here with Melinda Stout. Melinda, who do you like in this matchup right now?
It's tough to say.
Could you elaborate?
As I really consider, despite dropping their first quote-unquote half game of the day, Detroit looks really, really strong, but they are, vitally missing a Ryan Shu, who unfortunately sustained injury yesterday. So, due to that, edge Washington.
We'll see how it turns out here.
Washington starts with the quad ball. Gaffigan passes. That pass is bobbled and easily picked up by Jackson.
It has been raining on and off all morning, so the turf is wet and slick, the balls are wet, and we see the immediate effect of that.
Jackson driving, able to break the ankles of the Boston keeper, but unfortunately not able to see that through to the end as Boston blocked their shot. Still 0-0 here.
Templeton.
Excuse me, I'm saying Boston, it's Washington.
Templeton taking a sub after that one. I don't want to put words in their mouth or anything, but I think that's a little bit of hurt pride. You get juked out of your shoes like that, you don't want to be around.
Rankin passes to Parker on the near side. Parker back up to Rankin. Rankin out to Gaffigan on the far. Gaffigan driving, looking for an opening, doesn't see it. Backs out. Rankin. Parker on the near side is met by Pratt. Pratt wraps up. Pratt holds on. Pratt tries to take Parker. Ball's out. Ball's to Gaffigan on the far side. Gaffigan looking for an opening again. Doesn't like what he sees and backs out.
Now you can just go like this. You can't reach me.
Gaffigan passing back up to Rankin. Rankin to Parker on the far side. Parker meeting Pratt. Pratt not giving Parker any room to move. Washington really just passing around looking for an opportunity. They saw the alley-oop there on that middle hoop. Unfortunately, the ball just slipped through the hands. And we have a quad ball turnover with Detroit driving. Jackson driving to the hoop, looking for that small hoop and finally gets it. Detroit with the first points of the game, 10-0.
Yeah, a patient offense there for Washington. Gaffigan kind of a looping pass to a cutting Breslow. Unfortunately, balls slipped through their hands, and it's just an unfortunate end to that play sequence where they had been so patient. And Detroit takes the opportunity for the fast break as Koretzy was completely wrapped up by Banis here on the near side.
Gaffigan now taking the ball on the far side. Gaffigan passes to Rankin. Rankin drives.
And it looks like that the pick there had kind of shaken up Gwen Pratt for a moment. They're up.
That will result in a card to Parker. Unfortunately, just too much contact there without a quad ball.
I think that's the look that they were trying to get yesterday a lot. Washington is they want that push off the side hoop, create an opening, and then they want Gaffigan or Rankin at the top of the key to shoot it in. And they got that right there, but unfortunately at the expense of a card for Parker.
We restart with the quad ball in Detroit's possession. Pratt bringing it up from the back line. Passes to Butler, who's now entered the game. Butler walking it up the near side of the field. Markland now in. Butler has Johnson at the top, Dykstra behind the hoops. Markland on the near side, back up to Butler. Markland near the hoops. Yeah, that did not look good. They initially called that a good goal, but from our angle that did not go in, and from the assistant referee's angle that did not go in either.
Markham was really trying to wrap it around the defender, but unfortunately put it between the hoops instead. Rolled out of bounds, and that'll be a turnover to Washington.
We're having some conversation now.
It looks like Parker had gotten back onto the field after the card, thought the goal was initially called good by the referee, so Parker went and tagged back in, but it was no good, so he has to go back to the box.
It's like the thing Rory does.
All right, we're getting set back up here. Boston walking the ball up the field. Excuse me, Washington walking the ball up the field. Sidlar's now in.
I was deep sea fishing.
Rankin with the ball at the top. Passes around to Gaffigan. Parker re-enters the game. Their penalty time completed. Parker with the ball on the near side. Passes back up to Rankin. It's bobbled, and that ball crosses back over. That's going to be a midline turnover. Ball goes to the nearest quadball player. Austin Butler for Detroit. Detroit with an opportunity to go fast here, but Washington gets back quickly. Sidlars wraps up Butler. Butler passes the ball out, but it's picked up by Rankin from Washington. Rankin passes to Gaffigan, who's met by Johnson, but Gaffigan easily able to find that tall hoop. And we're tied up 10-10 here.
Great heads-up play by Joey Bay there. Had just before the turnover back to Detroit, Bay and Neutzel had recovered control on the near side here. Sprinted back. Bay dodged the beat, creates the beat on the Detroit beater, and then immediately calls for a none play. So wanting the fast break, and they get it.
Johnson with the ball on the far corner now, driving, looking for an opening on the hoops, passes out to nobody as they get beat. Washington easily able to collect that ball. Shane McGonigal now with the quad ball for Washington. Passes it off to Sidlars at the midline. Ball on the far side now. To the back. McGonigal in the near corner. Up to Sidlars. Out to the far side. Up the far side. A little bobble. Sidlars driving. Sidlars out to McGonigal. McGonigal to the back. Shot is denied by Markland and picked up by Detroit.
Great combination passing there. They were able to find Williams where they wanted her. Unfortunately, Detroit defense all over it, and Detroit comes away with a good stop.
Butler with the ball again for Detroit on the far side.
I get injured in basketball.
Passes across to Markland. Markland pump fakes, but sends it back out to Butler instead. Butler driving, finding an open hoop, is able to find the size mismatch on that far hoop and score. We've got some play on the dodgeballs now, creating some chaos as Washington's driving. Templeton passes, that pass just a little off mark.
Oh, so unfortunate there because Williams had a great angle, had a step. Unfortunately, the pass was behind. I want to call out on that previous Detroit offense, Brooks Smiley occupying both Neutzel and Bay in the beater game, allowing for that goal from Detroit. Beater switched for both teams. You've got Andrew Mueller in at beater, along with Ray Brodeur for Detroit, facing off against Sancho and Howard for Washington.
In the quad ball game for Detroit now, we've got Sowers with the quad ball. Passing deep across to Massey. Massey Massey in the backcourt, passes up to Love on the far side. Love's met by McGonigal, passes up to Sowers, who's able to avoid 2 beats, bobbles the ball, is met with contact by Templeton, taken down at the hoops. There's going to be an advantage call. That tackle did not look legal from my angle.
No, you know what? There was a big jersey pull there. So I believe that was on Templeton. Referee explaining what was happening there. So Sowers, I mean, lost the handle twice and still managed dodged 2 beats, lost the handle twice and still was managing to get through to the hoops, and probably would have done so had Templeton not held on to the jersey.
Sowers now in kind of a lot of traffic.
He's got McConaughey right in front of him, Williams right there, Sidlar's right there.
We've got Love on the far side, Irwin right behind.
I think Sowers is going to want to. He's going to want to back away from this contact.
Yeah, I was wondering if he would get the opportunity to reset the quad ball here to a more advantageous angle.
So we'll see him move to the keeper zone as a restrictor line.
We've got Irwin, who is probably going to try to block out Williams here to allow Sowers a free pass to that short goal, and he does. We're at 30-10 Detroit.
I kind of, Washington put 2 defenders on the hoop there, and Sowers went through to that small hoop. I would like either Sowers to cut to another hoop or one of the defenders to step up to Sowers to take away that angle.
No, new ball.
Williams in the back with the quad ball now for Washington. McGonigal on the near side. McGonigal up to Sidlar's at the top. Sidlar's driving, finds Williams behind, but Williams quickly beat. Quad ball picked up by Massey, wrapped up by McGonigal.
This is probably a good game.
Oh, that's Templeton there. Templeton, who had just come back into the game after that card.
Oh, excuse me.
Great defensive movement there by Detroit. The passes are falling for Washington. It's just that last step. It's just getting it through that goal.
Sowers working with their beaters. To open up the play, passes across to the far side to Massey in the corner. Running around the deep end. Washington gets wrapped up. Bounce pass to Sowers. Sowers picks it up on the near side. Passes across to Irwin. Irwin shoots on the tall hoop and scores. Great passing by Detroit on that play.
And the Washington beaters just kind of seemed really split on that one. Jordy Sancho was wrapped up with Mueller for a moment, managed to maintain control, but was well out of the play, and Howard was pressed very forward onto Sowers' position, and that allowed Sowers to pass inside for a score.
McGonigal with the ball on the near side now, passes it to High, who's entered the game. High looking to pass is deflected. Ball goes out of bounds. Washington ball now near mid-pitch. Ball in the hands of McGonigal. Far pass to Gaffigan on the far side. Sowers tries to push Gaffigan over the midline, but gets beat out. Quad ball now with High at the top of the key. Gaffigan looking to drive on that far side, blocks the dodgeball, but loses the quad ball in the process. And that gets scooped up by Detroit.
They were trying an offensive movement there, and unfortunately the the throw was just a little too powerful for Gaffigan to keep the handle. I'm really liking the physicality of Detroit's defense right now. I think it's matching up really well against Washington's offense. We saw this as their adjustment in against the Boston earlier, and it's worked really well for them.
Margolis now passes to Jackson on the far side. Jackson met by McGonigal. Passes deep to Pratt. Pratt across to Halverson. Halverson shoots, but it's a little low, easily knocked down by Gaffigan. High running, wrapped up by Pratt, who approached from behind. High now crossing mid-pitch, protected by Bourne with the dodgeball. Gaffigan now on the far side. Got Koretsky with him. High driving. Pass that to McGonaghy. Back to High. High across to Gaffigan. It's a little bit of a high pass. Gaffigan able to recover. Driving in now. Contact by Margolis. Knocks him down. Gets back up. High. Resetting now for Washington.
Unfortunately, Washington wasn't able to capitalize on the beater being way out of position.
Another pass to Gaffigan goes a little high. Reinhardt now to McGonaghy on the near side. McGonaghy driving through traffic, finds that near side hoop and scores.
Happy birthday!
And that's Washington's first goal in quite a while here, 40-20. It seems like they're really trying to find that size mismatch. They want Gaffigan on that small hoop, but the passes have just been too high for him each time.
Yeah, the timing's a little off, the passes are a little high, but they were able to find the score the other way. Margolis to Jackson now. Jackson looking for Pratt behind the hoops, not able to get it. Pratt kicks it to save, and it comes out the end line on this side. Oh, excuse me, it looks like it must have gone out on the far end. High there, waiting. High inbounding the ball now for Washington. Borges in the game now for Washington. Gaffigan driving. High now to Borges behind the hoop. Borges able to find that hoop and score.
Good vision by Jeanette High there. Sees that Pratt has the arms up, and rather than chance the shot and getting it blocked, finds Borges, who's free behind the hoop. Easy goal.
Jackson now creeping in with the quad ball. Met by Borges, out to Halverson. Halverson passes behind to Pratt. Pratt back up to Margolis. Margolis trying to get it off as they receive some contact, but it ends up in the middle of the pitch, scooped up by Washington's Gaffigan. Borges with the quad ball now, passes off to High at the midline.
I think Margolis got beat there behind the hoops, so they weren't able to get their body around to make a good throw or shot.
Borges with the quad ball now, driving on Pratt, looking for that size difference and gets the goal that they're looking for.
And that's something we really have not seen a lot from Washington. They have not been a drive-heavy team for the most part. They're really looking for a lot more passes than a finish off a pass. I think that's one of the first times we've seen a ball carrier just come in and go for it.
It's definitely a strategy it looks like they talked about, and it's working for them as we're now tied 40-40.
Let's go, Thomas!
Butler now with the ball for Detroit. Finds number 7 in the back.
Corey Johnston, I believe.
Dykstra in the backfield beat. Quad ball picked up by Washington. Parker, Breslow, and Rankin in the game now for Washington.
Joy Bay with a great beater play and a lot of hustle, out-hustling Chang Davidson, managing to get control back for Washington.
Breslow beat on the near side here. Washington not able to recover. Turnover for Detroit.
So a failed offense there. However, Washington now with control and has subbed in Sancho and Nutzel. They're looking to be better defensively.
Markland with the ball on the far side now for Detroit. Back up to Butler. Butler met with a beater from Washington flying out. Results in a turnover. Breslow now driving, has Butler to beat. That ball did go through the hoop. Score for Breslau and Washington.
Coast to
Now
coast.
50-40.
Coast to coast for Breslau as Washington takes their first lead of the game. The contact from Gaffigan on Dykstra's shot had it fall to Washington, and just a good field vision. And as Washington takes that first lead, Detroit looks to take their timeout.
I would say this is a good time for a timeout for Detroit. Washington seems to have gotten the edge here, kind of figured out Detroit's defense and figured out how to exploit it.
They've gone on a 4-goal run. Detroit hasn't scored in quite a while. The momentum is really in Washington's favor right now. So I think the adjustment for Detroit, I think there needs to be a defensive adjustment, because clearly Washington is finding ways to do things that they previously weren't, right? They're finding either a cut where they're scoring, or they're finding, like when Borges just drove it in, they could not meet there was a physical mismatch, and that's what Washington keeps looking for. I think Detroit is going to have to shift their defense to either rely more on the beaters anytime there's a drive, or they need to switch who's covering which hoop.
Exactly, I agree. And, you know, Margolis and Pratt, for as skilled as they are, they just simply don't have the size to match up against a driving Parker or a Borges or Gaffigan. And so Detroit does need to make some adjustments here to get some better matches.
Yeah, I think they've got to scoot Butler over, for example, at the keeper position, and he's got to make more contact first thing. But we'll see what adjustment is made. For Washington, I'm saying, hey guys, keep doing what we're doing. This is going well. We're moving the ball more. We're maintaining dodgeball control a lot, and it has really helped us in the past 6-7 minutes to deny any scores.
Teams are returning to the pitch now after the timeout. All right, we're off with Detroit starting us off here. Out of the timeout with the quad ball.
Looks like Washington is sub Bay back in place of Sancho.
Sowers walking up almost to that keeper zone line. Passes out to Massey. Massey down to Mueller. Mueller looking for that size mismatch now. Templeton driving. Quick turnover. Only had Massey in their way. Coast to coast.
Unfortunately, Nick Love's beat well behind as they're going to turn in the other direction with no beaters back.
Sowers now driving through traffic, quickly finding the tall hoop.
And this is a type of energy that I think Detroit really needed coming out of that timeout. They really needed to amp it up. They really needed to move a little faster, get some momentum going for themselves. I think this is great for them right now.
Absolutely. 3 quick back-to-back goals there, although one of them was a fast break by Templeton for Washington. Detroit looking to match them in kind there with a fast break of their own.
Referee's still discussing what exactly the problem is here. We'll give you the call as soon as we know. And it looks to be a yellow card on Joey Bay. And Bay is going to the box, so I think no, never mind. Well, now he's turned around again.
Yeah,
I'm going to guess the foul was then after the goal, which is why Bay has gone to the box.
Referee's still discussing now.
All right, so with that foul, that'll then turn the ball back over to Detroit with Massey at the top of the key, has Irwin at the hoops. All four chasers are at the hoops for Washington. We'll see what Massey decides to do here. No beaters back for the Admirals.
Massey opts to slow play. Well, now they're driving. Finds the short hoop with the help of Brooke Irwin there, blocking out Williams.
I was a little confused for a moment about what they were doing. Like, wow, you have the advantage here. Why are you moving to the side? He wanted to pick from Mueller, which opened up the route, and Massey just snakes that one through to the small hoop.
That was really well done on Detroit's part. Ball in the hands of Templeton now. Up to Sidlars. Sidlars driving, looking for an opening. That does not go through. Ball's picked up by Mueller, who falls on it. Williams sent back to hoops.
Power play now over for Detroit as Washington returns to their full strength after that goal. Detroit also with control with Love and Brodeur on opposite sides of one another wide.
Quadball with Mueller now on the near corner. Mueller drives, looking for an opening, finds Sowers at the top. Sowers jukes and jumps. Sowers got around McConaughey there and then jumps over Sidlars for the dunk.
Sowers showing some strength and athleticism to drive inside through the contact. And I wouldn't be surprised if Detroit starts looking for that more.
Let's go, bro!
Absolutely. That was their timeout earlier. Coming out of their timeout earlier, they seem to have breathed some new life in themselves. They've got that energy that they had been lacking.
They've gotten more goals in the last 5 minutes than they did in the first, 14.
Sidlar's driving now. We've got balls on the ground. There's a scrum behind the hoops.
Dennis, that's ethical hoops.
And it looks like Chantal Sidlars is down for a moment on the field. Hope that they're doing okay. It was hard defensive contact as they drove in for that goal. The shot was missed. And then a big scrum behind the hoops. You've got 5 players on top of the ball, 3 from Detroit, 2 from Washington.
Props to Sidlars going after John Jackson like that. Not many people, I think, would be brave enough in this sport to do that.
We have not seen as much driving today. I think this game is the first time we're really starting to see a lot more. But it's producing results for both teams. I don't have the stat in front of me, but I think the last 6 goals have all been drive-related goals. It's limited passing. It's just finding the lane, using a pick or getting out of the contact. So I think that's kind of where the strategy is shifting for both of these teams. They understand that, hey, actually we can get through the contact. Actually, we can move a little faster than the defense. It's producing results for us. This is just part of that.
As Sidlars is getting assessed, she's able to walk off the field under her own power.
Hope that she's doing all right. Checked out by our athletic training staff here. So after this stoppage, I think that'll put the tall hoop back up in the air. And I think all these players, all 5 of them, will be able to stand up and regain a grip on the ball. Although it is in the hands of Markland right now. So I don't know if Markland came away with it after the contact or everyone's going to be able to get a new grip.
Looks like McConaughey is being sent back to hoops.
Templeton there.
Excuse me.
You know, from our vantage, they do look quite similar. They have a similar haircut, and they're both wearing glasses.
Apologies to these players.
So it looks like, okay, just Markland and Williams will get the privilege of scrumming for it together.
Rankin is in the game now near the hoops for Washington, able to assist if Williams is able to come up here with the quad ball. Williams beat out by Banis there, helped up.
That was the slowest sit-down turtle. Markland went down like an elevator.
I think Markland had a pretty good idea of how that was going to end. Detroit with the quad ball now advancing. Markland with the ball on the near side, taking it down behind the hoops. They've got Pratt behind the hoops, Jackson up top. Pass it up to Jackson. Jackson across to Butler on the other side. Pratt. Butler now across to Jackson. Jackson tries to shoot, but the ball is deflected by a dodgeball from Washington. Markland able to get the ball out of their hands before they're brought down by Templeton. Jackson at the top.
Good job,
Butler
Rachel.
driving. Butler finds Markland. Markland finds Paul Hoop and scores.
I am really appreciating Moose Markland's Larry Bird moves, where he just he gets wrapped up, or they get wrapped up, and just flips it backwards perfectly to Jackson.
Yeah, that was an incredible sense of awareness by Markland there to feel the contact, get that ball out, and it was a perfect pass right into the gut of Jackson.
And then moves directly into scoring position. Tries to get the push off on the small hoop. It goes down, and then moves to the medium hoop and to the top hoop and gets that score. Just incredible job on that play. We've reached our 20-minute stoppage now, 90-60 in favor of Detroit. They've really turned the momentum in their favor after an early lead and then stagnation. Now we get our flag runner on pitch. It's Derek Parker once more. Detroit has control. Melinda, you're Washington in the huddle right now. What adjustment do you need to make? You're down 3.
I'm Washington. That's so tough. I'm Washington. I'm saying lock in. We need to not let players like Markland sneak in these underrated threats that can sort of pick apart our defense. We need to, make sure that we're on lock while the chaos of the flag runner game is in effect, and then also keep what we're doing on offense. What they've been doing on offense has been working for them. They still need to keep more of that in their minds.
Absolutely. I think if Detroit decides to commit their beaters to the flag, you have to go drive heavy. I think that it was working for them there. You need to put the ball in the hands of Templeton, put it in McConaughey's hands, and just run it down the field. You have your wing chasers for a quick pass out to try and avoid the contact. But you really need to punish Detroit here if they are not going to adjudicate their beaters in a way that stops the quad ball.
A little bit of an idea maybe can be assessed by both teams' strategies here based on who they're bringing out as seekers. For Washington, we've got Jeanette High. For Detroit, we've got Jackson Massey. Massey now with, 5 catches for the season?
5 on the season right now. Massey's had a really hot hand. I think it was
on the weekend thus far?
2 on the weekend thus far. Didn't catch in the third game. That was Boston in that one. But Parker, he's got a large frame. He's got long arms. You're going to need someone with long arms to get around him.
I think that Massey's the person for the job.
The less exciting one today.
Shout out Christian Barnes.
We appreciate all of our assistant referees coming out here and working so hard to make these games great.
The second half of this game is now underway.
Smiley and Brodeur posting up on either side of the flag. They want to be able to get Massey some opportunities.
Williams' shot blocked there by Detroit. Unsuccessful offensive attempt for Washington. Jackson driving now on McConaughey, passes out to Butler. It's bobbled and picked up by Breslow.
I think Butler wasn't expecting that pass. He just he didn't have his hands up for it and reacted late.
Quadball with McConaughey now as they cross half pitch. Out to Gaffigan now, who's back in the game.
Gretzky and Bourne have gotten control for Washington, and now High gets some time with the flag runner.
Pass deep to Breslow. Breslow up to Gaffigan. Gaffigan and Breslow trading passes. Breslow across to McConaughey, who finds the near side hoop. Beautiful cut. Beautiful vision by Breslow to see McConaughey cutting across there.
Great opportunity made by Washington. Detroit now with control, facing off, and Bourne does get beat. And so now Massey will just have to get around High, and now we'll have an opportunity at seeker.
Butler with the quad ball for Detroit now, looking for an opening, passes to Jackson at the top. Butler passes down as they're met by a dodgeball. Pratt passing back up top. That is bobbled by Breslow. Jackson beat, and we've got a stoppage. There is a card being
shown to loose Markland. I didn't catch the color of it. Markland pleading their case.
That's the downside of Pokemon cards, is your referee cards. They're not double-sided. As cool and as of a flex as that is.
Control been pretty fluid here, as the beaters have been mostly focused on the seekers. Pratt was looking for that pass back up to Jackson, and Breslow full extension. I want to go back and watch that play, because Breslow full extension falling backward managed to knock it out of the path of Jackson, and it rolls backwards. So it's not a backcourt violation, but Templeton had picked it back up.
Templeton has Butler and Jackson to get through. Butler wraps up to Gaffigan at the top. Gaffigan finds McConaughey on the far side. McConaughey finds Breslow. Breslow shoots and scores. Score is now 80-90 in favor of Detroit. And we have a stoppage of play against Washington. It's going to be against Julian Neutzel in the beater play.
I didn't quite see the interaction. I saw that Smiley had her fist up and Neutzel had thrown. So I don't know if that was a manipulation or it's just going to be a turnover. Yeah, it looks like just dodgeball turnover back to hoops for Neutzel. So that'll put control back in the hands of Detroit.
A beat on Jeanette High gives Massey some time alone with the flag runner. Jackson passes to Butler. Butler passes back to Pratt. Pratt finds Butler on the near side. Pratt calls for it, shoots, and is deflected. Picked up by Butler on the near side at the top. Butler finds Jackson. Jackson's driving on the far side hoop. Jackson finds that far side hoop and scores. Scores 100-80 in favor of Detroit. Set scores 150. Templeton finds Breslow on the far side as Detroit gets back into their defense. Gaffigan at the top.
The beaters have been going wild right here on the flag runner. Brooke Smiley was holding it down by herself for quite a while, but now Washington has regained control and Bay subs in.
Washington happy to just pass it around while things get set up. Looking for an opening in Detroit's defense. Pass deflected by Gwen Pratt. There was a cutting Breslow there, but Gwen Pratt with their hands up, able to put a stop to that.
Williams now in at seeker for Washington and has a little bit of time alone with the flag.
Sowers now in for Detroit. along with Margolis. Dykstra catches the long pass from Jackson behind the hoops, gets wrapped up by Breslow, and is unable to do much with it other than get it out, and it gets picked up by Washington.
Sowers wanted that shove out of bounds on McConaughey, but was just a little too far away and didn't actually shove him out of bounds.
Washington bringing their dodgeballs up on offense now. Breslow with the ball on the near side. McConaughey passes across far to Gaffigan on the far side. Gaffigan passes to the cutting Templeton. Just not quite on target. It was pretty close. Detroit's defense just on point, not giving Washington any room.
It bounced off of Templeton's hands, and that was Templeton's second great cut of that play. McConaughey had a cutting Templeton, but instead decided to cross it past court to Gaffigan, but Templeton had the angle, so just kind of maybe not the best decision there. And the follow-up, unfortunately, in and out of the hands, and Jackson was able to pick it up.
Jackson's pass to Dykstra is intercepted by Gaffigan, who's driving, looking for an opportunity for a fast break here. A goal in transition, shoots on that short hoop, but it comes out of their hand weird and misses, and that ball is turned over on the end line.
Gaffigan saying his jersey was pulled there, but no call from the referee. That the jersey pull affected the shot. But it goes out of bounds, and that'll be Detroit ball. .180 Detroit in the lead. Our set score 150, so we've still got a ways to go here.
Sowers being chased by Washington's dodgeball player. Sowers passes to Margolis before getting beat out. Margolis finds Love cutting. Love's shot is called no good. Beat before. Parker's driving now for Washington. Gets beat and loses the ball.
Parker gets a delay of game warning off of that one, kind of rolling the ball away, as Sowers is going to move in the other direction, facing the whole Washington team. Has Margolis.
Once again, Gaffigan looking to drive after intercepting the pass from Sowers to Margolis. Love with an interception of their own gets taken down by Parker.
And now this game, the passing, this is starting to become sloppy. We're seeing a lot of interceptions right in a row. The beaters focus mostly on the flag game and mostly on each other. And so the quad ball game has just gone to chaos.
Yeah, if you're looking at who we have in as seekers right now, not that either of these players would be able to couldn't catch the flag, but I mean they've got a lot going against them with a sizable Parker in a flag runner, and just the size mismatch there. Maybe the beaters want to focus more on the quad ball game instead. Nick Love with a high shot, way off target there. Ball goes out of bounds. Picked up by McConaughey, who's going to inbound it behind the hoops. Washington slowing down this game as we believe that they should. Really get their offense set. Rankin now. Back up to Gaffigan. McConaughey. Gaffigan. Gaffigan finds McConaughey as there's chaos. Rankin bobbles the pass, picks it up, drives on Love. A little pump fake there, gets Love to jump and finds the opening on the near hoop and scores.
Love jumped so high on that one, and Rankin said thank you and just snuck right by.
Detroit on offense now.
190. Detroit still in the lead.
Pratt with the ball, passes to Marklin, who is denied, trying to swing that quad ball around their back to get the opening, and unfortunately takes the hoop with them. Ball in Washington's hands now. Pass to Rankin. Rankin drives, shoots it back out to Gaffigan at the top. Rankin again on the near side. Pass bobbled by Gaffigan, has to just push it out to Rankin, who gets beat. Gaffigan being met by a Detroit's defense. Love being sent back to hoops. Has Butler going up against Butler. Now ball's behind the hoops into McConaughey's hands. McConaughey blocks that beat. Drives and scores.
And that is a huge misstep there by Rob Butler. Reset over the keeper zone line, and so there was no chaser there to receive it, and it wasn't the first movement, so that ball will be turned back over directly to Washington.
Washington's done a really good job these last few possessions of slowing down and waiting for their opportunity. Detroit, I think, needs to do the same when they have their offensive chances. They're trying to push the pace of this game, and it's causing them to make mistakes. Gaffigan's pass to Parker with the shot attempt is no good. Second attempt is intercepted by Marklin.
I think the first shot was, the ball went through, however Parker was beat before as a big line sub, and it looks like both teams, at least Detroit, are contented with having their beaters a little more in the quadball game as Washington's success continues.
Pass to Margolis, and they're quickly met with a Parker who does not like the call.
But then y'all really gonna do that? Oh, you gonna pull up the Pokemon hard on me, bro.
Parker
Having a lot of words with the referee. Did not like that call at all. So after that hit, Margolis is going to take a sub as well. Seems to be fine. And I'm
trying to understand if it was just a behind the back tackle or if Margolis was maybe still in the air. Parker is still in the game, serving their own penalty time, it seems, so likely just
standard illegal contact.
Behind,
yeah.
Well, no. Templeton now in the box now for Parker. So likely a red card was given there on Parker. I think the initial card was a yellow, and after the response from Parker, it was escalated to a red.
Yes, sorry about the scoreboard. We're having a small technical issue. It is 100-100. We are 31 minutes of gameplay time, and the set score is 150. Referee's still conferencing about what exactly had happened here. So if that is a card out, then that means the substitute will be spending 2 full minutes in the box. So that is a 2-minute power play for Detroit, which could not have come at a better time for them.
Absolutely correct. This is the opportunity for them to take advantage of Washington being short a player for 2 whole minutes. With the game so close,
I'm kind of surprised that Detroit has not found more success after that stoppage. They were up by 3. They had a lot of momentum going into the 20-minute stoppage. But now it's swung the other way, and Washington has gone on quite a run. I think there was a small question on timing for the cards. So I'm sorry that we're not getting a clearer picture on the cards there. If you do look on Quadball 1, they have it recorded. I see. It was an illegal charge was the yellow, and then unsportsmanlike conduct ended up in a red. So that'll be 2 separate cards being served. So that'll be even more penalty time.
Just trying to get rid of that quad ball as they had born right on top of them with a dodgeball. Able to get that out. Jackson able to save that pass from becoming a turnover at the midline. And here we restart. Jackson to Pratt behind the hoops.
Washington with control here, which is really a boon.
Jackson driving, moving the ball to Sowers on the far end. Sowers back up to Jackson. Jackson met by Gaffigan, wrapped up. Jackson free, able to pass to Pratt behind the hoops. Pratt finds Dykstra on the open near side. Dykstra beat before.
And great defensive stand there by Washington. The beaters really put the pressure on Detroit's offense, making sure that they did not have a lot of time to react, and it really paid off for them.
Breslow now in the game, carrying the ball on the near side. Passes back to McGonaghy. McGonaghy passing back up to Gaffigan. Reminder that Washington is down a player. They have fewer options to pass the ball to, and that results in a turnover as the ball did cross over the midline. No Washington player able to collect it. Sowers now with the ball for Detroit.
Admirals still holding control, so Detroit wasn't willing to run on that one.
Sowers driving, finds an opening, shoots and scores 110-100.
As soon as McConaughey gets beat, Sowers realizes that there's no one else on that hoop and quickly drives in. Great opportunity look there.
As a reminder, that score did not bring a Washington player out of the box because they are serving a full 2 minutes. But Washington able to find a way to score anyway. We're tied again, 110-110.
McConaughey giving us the money symbol as he's running back down the field. Great shot.
Butler with the ball for Detroit now. Pratt on the near side. Back out to Butler. Butler passing deep to Love. Love behind the hoops. Love finds Markland. Markland passing to Pratt, sort of through traffic. Pratt able to find the tall hoop and score. We are at 120-110 Detroit.
And we're in for a long one here. Our set score is 150. We still got at least 3 goals to go after 34 minutes of gameplay time. And that, I really liked Detroit's offense there. They put it out to Love, drew the beater way out of position, and then both Markland and Pratt were driving in and opposite each other. So Markland had the opportunity to pass to the other if they couldn't shoot and then end up with a score. Great play by Detroit.
Washington now passing around. back to full strength. Borgeson driving, finds traffic, back out to Gaffigan. Gaffigan finds McGonaghy. That does not go through.
Great defense by Pratt. Pratt getting a huge amount of blocks this weekend just by posting up strong on that small hoop and reacting quickly to those dunks. Completely knocked McConaughey's hand out of the way and unable to make him convert.
Pass down to Nick Love, behind the hoops again, over to Markland. Markland looking for help but doesn't get it. Picked up by Gaffigan. Gaffigan driving, gets a long beat.
A beat was from halfway across the pitch and saved that one fast break. It was just Butler back and others were still moving into position. I think Markland was initially looking for Butler, but either the ball came out of their hand weird or Butler was way farther back than Markland expected. Either way, good play by Gaffigan, just unfortunate that the beat came in.
Margolis now with the ball.
120-110 as we elapse 36 minutes.
We're down to Love behind the hoops again, looking for this opportunity. Love back up to Butler. Butler driving now, finds Markland on the far side. Markland to Love, who blocks a beat, tries to shoot it, and is denied by Gaffigan.
Beaters fairly contented to keep themselves in the quad ball game for right now. The Seekers have gotten a lot of free time. It's Massey and Williams kind of just fighting back and forth with one another. Neither of them getting particularly close yet.
Gaffigan being met by Butler at the keeper zone. Finds McGonaghy. McGonaghy looking for a driving and cutting Borges, just not quite there, timing a little bit off. Detroit able to recover.
The call was good, and if they got that timing right, that would certainly have been a goal. However, just a step too slow.
Score still 120-110 Detroit. Set score 150. Butler now communicating with their offense. Passes to Love. Love to Butler. Butler taking up a lot of space here. Markland on the far side passes across traffic to Butler. Butler, fortunately, dodges the beat, is able to get the ball into the hands of driving Love, who finds Markland on the far side for a goal. We're now 130-110 Detroit. Set scores 150.
As we're just crossing 38 minutes, that was a great athletic play by Rob Butler, dodging that, and an unfortunate miscue for Joey Bay, the throw too low. Finding Love in open space, and Love unselfishly finding Markland. Love easily could have taken that himself. We'd love to see teamwork.
McGonaghy finding Borges now on the near side. Borges driving. Finds Templeton on the far side. Templeton fighting through contact by Margolis, is able to get the ball through the far hoop. We are now at 130-120 Detroit.
Set score 150. As Detroit will have a line change. Washington content to keep Templeton and McGonaghy on the field a lot of this period. They've been out here for a long time.
Massey with some alone time on the flag runner now. As Jackson finds Sowers at the top. Sowers passes to Pratt behind the hoops. Pratt finds Dykstra on the far side. Dykstra back up to Sowers. Sowers rotating the offense, running the ball to the far side, passes to the top to Jackson, who's returned to the game after being beat. Jackson walking it in, looking for an alley-oop, but that gets picked off by McGonaghy, who's now running for the fast break, coast to coast, finds the far hoop for an easy score. We're tied back up, 130-130, set score 150. This is a barn burner, Matt.
Oh my gosh, and this is easily the longest game we've had this weekend and perhaps of the entire season. I'd have to check the stats. However, we're just about at 40 minutes of gameplay time. Quite long by MLQ standards. And on that last offense, it was caused because Jackson kind of flipped up kind of a rainbow pass that was quickly intercepted.
It was
and
a little lollipop, yeah.
It's just, at that range, I don't know why Jackson wouldn't either shoot or give a hard pass.
Jackson, before being beat, trying to release that quad ball to somebody. Driving Washington. Templeton looking for Borges. Borges unfortunately beat before they can do anything with the quad ball. Sowers driving now. Finds Dykstra. Pass just a little bit off. Washington recovers.
I kind of wanted to see Brady Sowers take that towards the center and have a more focused drive, but instead wanted to pass it to Dykstra.
A lot of scrambling we're seeing in these offenses the last couple of drives. McGonaghy's shot blocked by Jackson, but McGonaghy recovers and is beat.
A little bit of a cheeky rollback there as Washington beat out by Detroit's defense. The little scramble started. John Jackson streaked in out of nowhere to block that shot.
I'm happy to see Detroit taking this one slow, setting up their offense.
Tied up at 130, set score 150, 41 and a half minutes elapsed.
Jackson looking for their options, finds Butler on the far side. Butler driving, hoops down, finds Dykstra. Dykstra shoots over the hoop. Jackson recovers. Jackson finds Butler behind the hoops. Butler driving on the hoop again, gets blocked by McGonaghy and Gaffigan. With Templeton falling on it, Washington recovering.
I think John Jackson, he's been so unselfish. He's given a lot of assists. He's 1 foot from the hoop. You got to just take that yourself. You got to just put that home.
I'd like to see him be a little bit more dominant here, just taking the play into his own hands a little bit more. We love sharing, but when it's wide open for you, just go ahead and take it. That's your shot. Washington passing around. Templeton being wrapped up by Dykstra on the near side. Finds Gaffigan back at the top to reset. Gaffigan finds a driving McGonaghy, who bounces it off the crossbar into the hoop. Score is now 130-140.
Incredible pro hop there by McConaughey.
Play is stopped.
And it looks like Washington is going to call a timeout.
A timeout here.
Now it is 140-130. Set score is 150, so Washington is a goal away. It's goal to go for Washington. They're calling the timeout now. I think they've got you've got to formulate a strategy here. You can make this work. You can make it happen. You have dodgeballs. What are you going to do, Melinda?
You have dodgeballs. Keep them in the quad ball game. Honestly, bring them back on defense. Don't let Detroit score because you don't want to get into like a golden goal situation.
I think.
And then it depends on how they are able to get control of this quad ball again. If it's from a goal or sort of a slower situation from Detroit where Detroit's able to get set on defense, just reset your offense, pass around, do what you've been doing because it's been working. They've been able to find the holes in Detroit's defense and stay in this game. Fast breaks, only if it's 100%. We've seen a little bit of a sloppy, heightened level of aggression from both teams, and when it's iffy like that, it hasn't worked out. But if you have a coast-to-coast wide open opportunity, absolutely.
Yeah, if I'm telling the team, if you get a whiff of a fast break, everyone's going.
Everyone has to
You're
go,
going
though.
full bore, and everyone has to go. The beaters have to go, and they've got to be out in front. If I'm Detroit right now, if I get a whiff that there might be a fast break, the second things look off for us, the defense needs to hustle back. You need to save this game. It's got to be perfect defense from here on out.
We've just seen a little bit of like kind of sloppy, faster play from both of these teams. So it's got to be all together. It's got to be coordinated.
140-130, set score 150, 43 minutes elapsed. It's kind of interesting to me how early on both teams were focusing their beaters hardcore in the Seeker game, and now both teams have decided for the last like 15 minutes, that's all right.
That's okay.
We're just going to keep it in the quadball game.
Yeah. All right, Detroit coming up on offense now. Reminder, Washington does have dodgeball control here. Jackson with the ball on the far side. Passes across to Butler. Jackson.
Can't risk the high turnover here.
Butler looking for an opportunity, doesn't see it. Back out to Jackson. Butler finds Love behind the hoops. Love driving. Love looking for the shot against McConaughey. Doesn't get it.
And just one beater back for Detroit now.
Washington opting to slow play this.
And Love thought about that shot. Rather than going straight forward, wanted to go through the opposite side of the hoop so it wouldn't give an opportunity to Washington for a fast break. Unfortunately, that denied the goal, so we're still at 140-130.
Jackson finds McConaughey on the far side. McConaughey finds Templeton on the near side. Templeton trips and falls. Passes into the hands of Butler, who's now driving. Has McConaughey and a beater to beat. Passes across. Looking for Pratt. Unfortunately, that pass was off. McConaughey driving now. Finding Templeton in an open hoop. Shoots and scores on the far hoop. And this game is over. 150-130 Washington.
Woo! And that was an incredible finish there. Butler came up with the ball for Detroit and was running it to the other side. Unfortunately, Detroit was not quite quick enough to be moving with him. So by the time that Howard cut off the angle, Butler just had to play it into open space, hoping that Pratt would get there in time. Unfortunately, Breslow had a step on Pratt, and that denied Detroit's opportunity. And then Templeton just picks it up and goes the other direction, and that's game over.
Yeah, unfortunately, Detroit just not as coordinated on their offensive fast break opportunity there, and it showed, and ended in their demise.
Not their total demise. Look, we got at least one more game. Don't be so dramatic. A great game from both teams. That was incredibly exciting. We look forward to seeing their next matchup. Keep it locked here live for day 2 of the MLQ Eastern Conference Championship here in beautiful, not so rainy, but still overcast Hamilton, Ohio. We will be back here shortly.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of Eastern Conference Champs for MLQ. We are in Hamilton, Ohio, where it is raining again. We've got the rematch between Boston Forge attacking right to left and Charlotte Aviators attacking left to right. We're about to get started here. The first game resulted in a win for Boston, who sort of had their way with the Charlotte Aviators toward the end there. We'll see how the Aviators opt to re-strategize going into the game 2. Okay, we've got brooms up here in the rain. Charlotte looks to have control of the quad ball to start. Ball in the hands of Charlotte, and they also have dodgeball control. So Sleminski takes the quad ball across mid-pitch, passes over to Shaw. Shaw takes it to the far side. Passes up to Sleminski at the top. Sleminski has Hirsch on the near side. Thompson behind the hoops. Passes to Hirsch on the near side. Thompson behind. Thompson gets wrapped up by Boston. The ball is out and picked up by Schwartz. Schwartz passes off to Flathers. We're still 0-0. Boston able to gain dodgeball control on that play, so now they have quad ball on offense and 2 dodgeballs. Munham carrying the ball now. Munham pump faking a little, getting Charlotte on their heels, passes off to Schwartz behind. Schwartz passes to Flathers, who's met with contact. Schwartz now behind the hoop is driving, looking for the small hoop, gets the size advantage. Schwartz's goal was good, but he took down Hirsch in the process. Hirsch slow to get up, and we've stopped play. I'd like to see how the Charlotte Aviators were being a little bit more aggressive on defense. They're meeting the Boston quadball players with contact, as we see Hirsch able to walk off under her own power. I hope that she's okay. We've got Womack coming in to replace Hirsch. No call on that play. The score is currently 10-0 in favor of Boston as we're getting restarted. Hale passes off to Thompson, who appeared to get the shot off. The shot was called good. However, there is going to be a discussion. That beat was very close, and that call is overturned. No good, beat before. Great heads-up play by Hale and Thompson to see that opportunity for a fast break against Boston there. Unfortunately, Boston's beater is just a little bit quicker. Flathers and Runner driving, passes across to Magner. Magner kicks it away. Picked up by Schwartz. Munham picks it up from the bounce pass for Schwartz. Carries it back up to the top, finds Flathers across. Flathers with the ball on the far side up top. Back across to Munham. Ball's on the ground. Munham drives, passes it out, hoping to catch Flathers a little further ahead. Flathers didn't go with her. Ball is picked up by Hale. Charlotte tries to run, but it's a little discombobulated. Boston's able to recover as the rain is really coming down now here in Hamilton. Emma Person's in the game now for Boston. Sliders passes down to Schwartz behind the hoops. Schwartz finding Persons. Across Persons, unable to pick it up, just kicks it away. Schwartz catches behind the hoops, is met with contact immediately. Mena is able to get it out, squeaks it out, and finds Schwartz. We're at 20 to 10. Yeah, the score is wrong. Yeah, it should be 20-0 in favor of Boston. We don't, just for transparency, we don't have a score sheet over here by the camera, so we are relying on the scorekeepers, as the head ref is adjudicating a card to Demuth for something that occurred in the beater play. Okay, just to clarify here, something did occur on the beater play. There was a foul that negated the goal from Boston. So the score is 10-0 Boston right now. All right, Slavinsky passes off to Hale to start. Hale crosses midline. This rain is really coming down now as Hale is driving against Schwartz. Hale able to find an opening against Schwartz and scores. Passing right now almost impossible as this rain is coming down at an alarming rate. Very difficult to have any sort of grip or traction on these balls. And there's another referee discussion. It looks like there will be a card on a Charlotte beater now. That's number 7, Tony Bonadio, joining Demuth in the box now. So one beater for each team in the box, serving penalty time. We're getting started here. The score is still 10-0 in favor of Boston. So whatever the penalty was on Bonadio did negate Hale's score there. Dylan in the game now for Boston. Persons passes across to Dylan. Dylan on the near side. Dylan looking for Magner on the far side. Ops for Parsons up top. Parsons passes for a driving Magner. Magner cutting to the hoop. Not able to get a shot off on that one. And we have a stoppage of play once again. Excuse me, that's Leary. Penalty given to Boston's Dylan just moments after entering the game. Boston now with one beater and one chaser in the box. Charlotte with just a beater in the box. Cruz looking to drive. Come on, go! Pull Tibbs now in. Passing across to Womack. Womack shoots. It's no good. Picked up by Boston. Persons now running the ball up, finds Steinberg on the near side. Steinberg passes across to Leary. Leary bobbles it, unable to control. Picked up by Cruz, who's looking to pick up the pace here for Charlotte. Pitch Boston in transition, perhaps. Tibbs finds Ross. Ross fighting against Dylan. There's a pass over to Ross, but it doesn't connect. Dylan able to box out Ross and pick up the ball and start driving. Ross passes behind to Leary. Leary collects. Finds Persons on the far end. Ross drives, shoots on the far hoop and scores. We are at 20-0 Boston with just under 6 minutes elapsed in this game. Tibbs crosses and is met with contact from Steinberg. Tibbs loses control of their broom and drops the quad ball, picked up by Steinberg, who starts running. Steinberg is wrapped up by Cruz at mid-pitch. Steinberg passes the ball up to Dylan. Dylan passes across to Persons. There's a low pass, it's bobbled and Persons unable to get control of that quad ball before it goes out of bounds. Ball Charlotte. This rain, I think, is really affecting the play that these teams are able to conduct here. Passing is tough. The ball comes out of the hand, slippery. It's hard to control. Look for these teams to start driving a little bit more and making shorter passes. Cruz drives, finds the top hoop, and scores. The score is now 20-10 Boston as we cross the 7-minute line.
Move back!
Steinberg with the ball for Boston, passes off to Persons. Persons drawing the ball off with their shirt, just trying anything they can do to get a better grip on it. Dylan now with the ball. Dylan driving on Cruz, finds Leary behind. Leary's shot off target. Persons finds Dylan on the near side. Had a beater coming out, had to go back up top to Persons. Persons driving on 2 hoops. Their shot is blocked by Ross. Boston now has 1 hoop to work with. Leary attempted to pass the ball, but their pass was knocked off target. Ross given a card. Ross given a card on that play. Hoops a reset person right at the hoops, but they do have a beater, Bonadio, right on them. We'll call that a practice shot. And Persons shot able to go through before the beat. The score is now 30-10 in favor of Boston. 8 minutes of this game have elapsed. I'm rejoined now by Matt Dwyer.
Glenda, the rain is certainly affecting this game. Everyone's slipping, the balls are slipping, the passes are errant. It is causing a lot of issues for both of these teams.
Steinberg is looking to run for Boston, finds Leary on the far side. Leary able to score in transition. We are now at 40-10 Boston.
Boston finding a lot of success early. And it looks like Charlotte's going to go ahead and take them their timeout.
Yeah, a lot of the momentum swinging Boston's way here. A well-timed timeout for Charlotte to just sort of readjust, recollect, and maybe regain some of that momentum and slow down this Boston side a little bit.
You definitely need a momentum shift here, and I think you need to adjust yourself for this rain. I mean, it is really coming down. Everything's slick. I think a lot of the bobbled passes and otherwise, like, you know, close range stuff where you need to have a good grip on the ball isn't working. So I think you need to adjust to find something perhaps more like cutting and passing, like short range, that will be better for you. Otherwise, this is just going to continue in Boston's direction.
Yeah, the short cuts and passes, I think, are the team that's able to execute that the best is probably the team that's going to find the most success here today. As we just saw with the pass across to Leary on the far hoop on that last play, she cut beautifully and was wide open for the shot. It's interesting how we seem to be getting like one game on, one game off with this rain here.
It has been a little bit staccato today for sure. And here we thought yesterday going in that we would have thunderstorms all day, and then we got a little bit of rain, and then it was fine. Meanwhile, coming into today, we thought, oh, the rain will hold off until much later this afternoon. Just kidding. Here it is now. Definitely affects the conditions, and how it will affect the outcome we will see. Boston is up by 1 game in this series.
As a reminder, these games today are helping to determine seeding for the MLQ Championship in 2 weeks. Both of these teams have already punched their tickets and qualified for the championship tournament. This is to determine who they will play in 2 weeks in Lancaster.
Players now back on the field after their timeout. We'll see what adjustments Charlotte can make, and if this kills any of Boston's momentum. It's looking like Boston currently has control. It's Weishart and Wicken in at beater facing off against Bonadio and Harrelson, excuse me.
All right, we have restarted here in game 2. We've got Thompson with the ball for with the quad ball for Charlotte. Hernandez in. Ross behind the hoops. Along with Shaw. Hernandez walking up. Pass up to Thompson. Thompson finds Hernandez with space. Hernandez tries to pass to Ross, but it's deflected by Gray. And Boston recovers.
Weishart gets a good beat on Bonadio there at the top of the key so that the Charlotte beaters can't be any more disruption on that offense. And that allowed the further sealing on the edge by Gray and a turnover back to Boston.
Boston now looking for a cut and pass opportunity. And they find Trumple behind the hoops. Another score for Boston brings them to 50 points to Charlotte's 10. And we are just at the 10-minute mark here in the game.
Magner had a great angle on that pass. She was just a little outlet transition pass, and the beat was trained on her, but she knew exactly where she was going with it, straight to Tremple, and that led to another Boston goal.
Kirsch in the game now for Charlotte. Thompson looking for an opportunity to drive, and that's deflected by Magner.
Magner doing it on both sides of the ball right now.
Kirsch getting wrapped up in the Boston backfield. Fighter picking up and running. Looking to see if he has the support. Ultimately decides to pull up. Passes to Magner. Magner driving on Charlotte. Looking for Tremple. Finds Tremple again on the backside of that far hoop.
It's a great play by Boston right there, just walking it directly into Charlotte's zone. and they seemed content to sit back at the hoops, and Boston said, all right.
Hernandez bobbles the catch. And Boston's Gray pretty easily takes that from her.
Low pass plus slick conditions, you're unable to field that easily, and with the aggressiveness of the defense, that's never going to end up in your favor.
Fighter to Magner. Magner finds Gray. Gray is met by Shaw. Now Fighter with the ball. Shaw is wrapping up. Fighter loses the ball. Ball's out. Picked up by Gray. Tremple now being wrapped up by Gray, Shaw at the top. Gray looking for some space in the far corner. Finds Tremple. Tremple gets beat in the far corner. That gets picked up by Hernandez.
Great tracking by LeBeau there just to make sure that the ball stayed in that corner. Good, accurate beat. Saves the play from developing any further.
I like the adjustment by Charlotte on their defense there. Keeping a better eye on all of Boston's players, making sure everyone's covered to deny certain cuts. Thompson's shot off target. The score here is still 60-10.
13 minutes down and some few minutes past the Charlotte timeout. And while I think it definitely affected their defense, their offense has yet to find any more goals.
Steinberg. Salowitz now with the ball passing, quick passing across the top. Steinberg now, Salowitz cutting. Steinberg gets wrapped up. Schwartz picked up the ball, but lost it, squeaked out, was beat. A lot of shouting.
There's a lot of contact there, and Thompson made a couple hard tackles, and one of the Boston players now is getting checked out by the athletic trainer after one of those tackles.
Yeah, that looks to be Salowitz. Down after some hard contact.
Hope that he's doing all right. And the Charlotte defense had come up really well there to deny all of those goals. Multiple physical tackles, arms up, blocking a shot, a couple beats. I think there was some contention from Charlotte saying that one of the Boston players was beat earlier, but still managed to get either a shot or a pass off, and that continued the play. Our referees are currently conferencing about it now. We'll see if anything comes of that. As the players leave the field to get some water, and the rain picks up once more. After almost 14 minutes, our score still sits at 60-10. Another extra little timeout here for teams to adjust themselves. I think Charlotte's going to say, hey, look, we've really tightened it up on defense. That's great. But we've got to put something together more offensively. It's the passes, I think, definitely need to be shortened up. We've seen a couple of missed passes either coming off the hand wrong or being mishandled when it's fielded. If you clean those up, you're easily going to find more opportunities, but you're not getting to that point yet.
Yeah, I like their energy in transition onto offense as well. They're looking to push the pace against Boston a little bit, but I think they're just overextending a step too much. They're trying to force some opportunities that don't exist against Boston right now. And, you know, if pushing the pace and they're not seeing the option, they need to pull up and slow down and wait for, you know, something to appear.
Absolutely, and that's not to discredit the Boston defense. they have done very well to move as a unit and keep in step, and they have been right there anytime that there is a mishandled pass or otherwise something that goes awry for Charlotte. Boston is right there to clean it up. They don't let those mistakes linger. They make sure that Charlotte doesn't get away with anything. And it is just pouring now. As water is coming into our tent, it's splashing people off the side of the tent.
There's some applause as Sleminski is able to make their way off the field. Or excuse me, not Sleminski.
Salowitz.
Salowitz is able to make their way off the field.
Players slowly returning to the field as we continue our injury timeout.
Cruz on the field now in place, or excuse me. It looks like Dylan on the field now in place of the injured Salowitz.
And we've just heard that 13 Hirsch has received a blue card for disrespectful conduct towards the referee. So that blue card will then put the ball, Boston will keep the ball, rather. And it's right there at midfield for them to see what they're going to do with it. Boston does have control with Brooks and Callahan.
Absolutely brutal conditions here as we're underway again. Quad ball in the hands of Smiley, who's driving, or excuse me, Magner. Pass off to Dylan. Dylan finds Schwartz behind the hoop, who's beat by LeBeau, and Charlotte's able to recover.
That was indeed Smiley.
That was Smiley.
One. Boston still maintaining control.
Cruz driving now, taking a shot on that middle hoop. That shot's just a little bit low. Ball goes at the end line. Schwartz picks it up. Boston looking to pick up the pace now as they're running. Steinberg heading back into the backfield. Finds Dylan behind the hoops, deep. Dylan avoids getting beat. Finds Schwartz by a dislodged hoop. Schwartz had to go for option 2 as their first hoop had been dislodged, but did find the middle hoop, and we'll see if that goal stands.
60-10, or excuse me, maybe 70-10. We'll see once the referee calls it here. 15 minutes elapsed, and that dislodged hoop, Schwartz just keeping his head up, moving around, trying to get, trying to find the opening. That it was all set up because LeBeau had missed the beat and had to take a long run to the fence, as between the wet weather and the slick turf, the ball just keeps on rolling, and that gave. And with the other dodgeball down on the ground, Reese just kind of struggling with it, that gave Boston the opportunity to go for a couple of the other hoops.
It looks like we've got a couple of players in the box now. We've got Cruz for Charlotte and Callahan for Boston. Still no word on whether that goal is good. And we've been talking a lot about Okay, they're saying the goal is no good. Likely due to the foul by Callahan here. But we do also have Cruz in the box.
That'll be for the dislodged hoop. However, the ball will stay with Charlotte.
The pass to Slominski is bobbled.
And some hard contact there as Slominski takes a hit. And the ball the ball kind of got past her and then was on the ground, and Boston was going for it as well, and there was just a player collision. These wet conditions can lead to some ugly contact, unfortunately. So we'll take a second injury stoppage here. We apologize for the technical difficulties with our score bug, but we are able to show you our infield scoreboard. And between the rain and now a second injury stoppage, it has been hard for either team to find a lot of momentum.
Yeah, both teams just sort of making little bobbles, little mistakes here and there, which is to be expected in these conditions. So it's just hard for any team to, string some points together at this point.
Rain continuing to fall as the down player is checked out by the athletic trainer. Quadball, a full contact sport, has dangers like many other sports. However, we have a rules team that looks at all the rules, looks at how the season goes, and makes sure that we have a rule set that will keep the players as safe as possible, as well as referees who are trained to watch for any illegal contact, and full athletic training staff at every tournament and game. So should something happen, players will be taken care of in a prompt manner. Really just coming down in sheets here as the wind starts to come in from the opposite side of the field.
I can do it. I don't care. I'm going to protect you here.
And it looks like Slominski is up and walking off of the field. Hope that she is doing all right. And the players will slowly return to their brooms, and we will continue here in a moment. And we'll wait to see from the referees if there was any contact or any foul on that contact. I haven't seen any indication that there was.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just looked like...
just a player collision.
Yeah, like both players going for the ball.
So Ross will be the sub for Slominski on the Aviators side. Ball currently at the feet of Dylan. And a reminder that Cruz and Callahan are still in the box after the last Boston offensive. One for a dislodged hoop, the other for illegal play. And that'll put the Ball unhandled on the ground from Dylan with Reese standing right over him. Looks like Dylan is posturing to hit the ball out to... No, and now the ball's being moved. Excuse us. Looks like it'll be on the ground next to Steinberg. Reese still pretty darn close, so we'll see what Steinberg does. And he decides to scoop it back.
That ball picked up by, well, now it's hard to tell, Magner. Magner passing to the near side to Dylan. Dylan met by Hirsch. Dylan turning the corner, finding that small hoop, and scores. We're at 70-10, Boston.
Fast break opportunity here. No beaters back for Boston.
Cruz drives, is wrapped by Steinberg, and Cruz goes down.
And hard contact there as Cruz was driving in.
Cruz quickly up and onto his feet.
Cruz taking the injury sub.
To be replaced by Thompson.
Nicholas Thompson coming in. And Cruz's score was denied there, and it ended up in the hands of Schwartz, so it will be Boston's ball.
Steinberg is receiving a penalty for that play. We'll be trading out the green headband, handing it off to Dylan, and heading to the box.
So it looks like an illegal contact from Steinberg. I didn't quite catch what the illegal contact was. So even though the ball ended up in the hands of Schwartz, it should turn back over to Charlotte. If I'm correct here, it should go to, Tibbs, who is right behind the hoops here. A couple defenders in the way. We'll see how he plays this.
Bounce pass across.
Oh, a bounce pass and in. I would like to record exactly one style point for Tibbs.
Wow. So our score now is 70-20 plus one style point for Matt. 70 points Boston, 20 points Charlotte here after that Cole Tibbs bounce shot. Magner now with the ball at the top of the key. Ross coming out, delay of game warning, passes to Dylan. Dylan driving across, trying to turn the corner on Hale. Hale wraps up. Dylan gets the ball out to Magner. Magner passes behind. That is no good. That ball does not go through.
Ended up being a turnover because Magner got beat too soon before the throw.
Steinberg now in the game, both teams at full strength. Womack with the ball now, trying to work on Dylan. Womack passing to Ross, a little off target. Thompson working on Steinberg in Boston's territory. Steinberg just gets it off to the keeper. Peck comes out aggressive on Dylan, who has to pass it off. Finds Magner at the top. Magner and Steinberg. Steinberg running to the far side, passing it back up to the top to Magner. Magner passing to nobody. Tom DeMuth there, able to save it from going out of bounds. Dylan comes back into play, picks that ball up, passes behind to Schwartz. Schwartz driving on the hoops, finds Steinberg on the far side. Boston passing around. Dylan's shot off target. Schwartz recovers. However, Schwartz had been beat and was ineligible.
We need to give a shout out to Peck on that play. They were in all four corners of the Charlotte defensive half and really forced a lot of errant passing. And that was a huge defensive stop by Peck.
Hale now taking the ball to the far side for Charlotte. Hale driving. looking for an opening, doesn't find it, is blocked at the hoops, and Boston recovers. When we talk about sort of forcing those opportunities that don't exist, that's an example of what we're talking about, unfortunately. Hale driving the ball themselves against a hoop defense like that may be ill-advised. Boston with the ball now. Person's back in the game. The pass back up to the top is intercepted by Hale. Hale trying to pass it off to Thompson. Thompson gets beat. Boston picks up the ball again. Dylan finding teammate. Song in the game now. Unable to collect. That's picked up by Womack now. Charlotte on offense, driving, looking for that shot. Womack with the touch from deep range finds that tall hoop where it scores now 70-30 in favor of Boston. And we are at 19-30. Just 30 seconds from the intermission.
Boston was finding the passes there on offense. However, I think the slickness was really affecting it. No one was able to get a handle on the ball. The passes were a little too low, and that allowed for Charlotte to turn and make a transition goal.
Parsons with the ball at the top. Passes down to Dylan. Back to Parsons. This will be the last possession. Parsons finds Song, but she bobbles it, unable to collect. Tries to kick it out for Flathers, but Flathers
and it looks like that was not last possession, as
last possession.
Thompson picked it up just before 20 minutes had elapsed, so Charlotte will get one more drive here. It'll also give them a chance to try and get control back, which Boston has re-wrested from them.
Thompson finds Tibbs on the far side. Thompson, Tibbs shot is denied by Parsons, and that is 20 minutes.
They had a good combination passing there. They had the give and go. They had the look. Just, you have to drive that in full. You can't shoot that one. Parsons is right there and has been stout on defense for the entire weekend. All right, teams will retreat to their sidelines as we are at 20 minutes, 70-30, with Boston in the lead. And the rain has thankfully abated, and we've even got a little bit of sunshine here.
I mean, I don't know if we want this sunshine at this point. The humidity is going to come through and cause a whole new set of issues and discomfort for us, but that's okay. I'll take the lack of rain at this point.
I think the players on the field will too. Hopefully this sun will help dry out the turf a little bit. The balls won't be so slick. We can see some more dedicated passing.
Derek Parker in at flag runner again. Has not been caught yet today.
I don't believe so. So I think you got to look at what adjustments you're going to try and make. Dodgeball control, been pretty fluid between the teams. It's not like one has had a major advantage over the other. I think Boston's offense, clearly as we've seen, has had a step on Charlotte's defense. The passing has been better. The finishing has been a little better. A lot of unforced errors on Charlotte's part on offense. But I think just towards the end of that period, they were really starting to find their groove a little more. And with the rain stopping, hopefully this will help as well, because that was another big problem for them, was a lot of slipped or missed passes. So, I don't know. You're in the huddle now for Charlotte, Melinda. Give them one piece of advice. What's the one thing that they can really improve on right now?
Just take a breath, take a beat. They're forcing some fast break opportunities that aren't really there. They're looking for shots that don't exist. Just like we saw on that last drive, that little shot trying to go against Parsons. No, she's there. She's going to block it. So make sure if you're going to take an opportunity like that, make sure you get your wrist, your elbow through the hoop.
I absolutely agree with that. Play will restart here with the ball in the hands of Steinberg for Boston. And it looks like both beaters are off broom for Charlotte, so Steinberg will just have a little run here.
Aaron Steinberg takes off. Just has to be Thompson. Passes off to Schwartz. Schwartz shot off target. Steinberg looking for the far hoop. Goal called no good. Schwartz picks up. Schwartz looking for the second opportunity. Receives some contact. Schwartz again looking to shoot. And all 3 hoops are down. So that will stop play to reset the hoops for Boston.
Unfortunate contact putting down the small hoop right before Matan Schwartz was getting there. And Charlotte, I'm liking this aggressive defense right now. They are getting wraps on these players. The ball just Boston is doing a good job of just getting that ball like squirted out to a teammate real quick. And now they're going to have another opportunity
with all 3 hoops refreshed.
Yeah.
Schwartz with their hands up. Cody LeBeau looking to block a scoring lane there.
And it looks like they're calling Schwartz beat on that one. So the ball just falls to the ground. So despite Boston's best efforts, even with all 3 hoops getting knocked down,
easy pick up for Tibbs there.
Yeah.
Tibbs crossing midline. Slominski looking to set that pick, but Steinberg gets through. Steinberg stripping that ball, but from the ground, unable to really do much with it. The ball's kicked across mid-pitch, lands in Emma Person's arms. Person passes to Steinberg. Steinberg looking for Schwartz behind the hoops.
3, 2, 1, go!
Schwartz finds Leary. Leary passes up to the top, but there's no eligible players. Schwartz has to make a run to save that turnover. Schwartz through some contact, finds the far hoop and scores. We are at 70-30 Boston.
Purple's ball, purple's ball.
Stephen Tremple getting a ton of time on the flag runner for Boston.
Thompson driving on Boston now, taking it alone, finding that middle hoop. And we're at 80-40 Boston now.
Yes! Yes! Good job!
And just like that, a diving catch from Cruz. We'll see if that one's good. Cruz.
Stands. This could be huge for Charlotte.
Huge momentum shift there as it's 80-40 currently. And Cruz was on the absolute edge of the boundary, but manages to keep it in bounds.
A little bit of showmanship there from Cruz. You'd love to see it.
And
all right, updated score now is 80-75. Set score is 130. So it is anyone's game at this point.
And that was great play by the Charlotte beaters, LeBeau and Richard. They managed to wrest control away from Wiccan after beating Gunnar, and that gave Cruz the single opportunity that he needed.
Hale working on Schneider in Boston side. Hale able to pick that up after the intercepted pass. Hale on a fast break gives Charlotte the lead, 85-80. Boston's coach saying settle, settle.
Great play by Callahan there in the beater game. At midfield, even though the ball got turned over because of the beat, Callahan coming in from the other side of the field and took away the ball that LeBeau had thrown back and manages to get control back for Boston.
Person finding Leary on the far side. Leary's pass up to Persons is bobbled a little bit low. Despite the rain stopping, the wet conditions remain. Persons finding Leary behind the hoops. Leary shoots and scores on the far hoop. However, the goal ref is saying no good. We're going to have a discussion. no discussion needed. Goal is no good. We are still at 85-80 in favor of Charlotte.
Oh, okay.
Ross and Hale passing back and forth at the top. Hale driving now. Hale shot off target. That ball just leaves the field on the back line. Turnover to Boston.
I like the opportunity look from Ross there. You've got the Boston beaters who had stepped back a little bit as Bonadio had stepped forward as the beater from Charlotte, and Ross just took the opportunity when the beat missed. Great heads-up play there. Too bad it didn't fall.
Parsons finds Flathers on the far end. Flathers to Leary behind. Leary turning the corner, looking for Schwartz on an alley-oop. It doesn't connect. Hale comes up with the ball for Charlotte. But there's a turnover right at mid-pitch. Leary cleans it up. Boston slows it down, waiting for everyone to come back into play. Pass into traffic doesn't work out for Boston on that one. Turnover to Charlotte.
Persons looks personally frustrated with that one. Pass was right there. The defender was there, and then a beat, a kick out, didn't go anywhere.
Capitalize, guys. Let's go now.
Womack met by Persons at the top of the key. Persons wraps up Womack. Womack able to pass that off to Hale, who starts driving, finding Thompson, who shoots and scores in the chaos.
Thompson, great switch of the hand there to get the front side of the hoop. Excellent athletic play.
Score is now 95-80 Charlotte. Boston still saying settle, settle. You can almost feel the energy of like the franticism on their side right now. Venom passing off to Flathers. Flathers down to Magner. Magner finding some space, passing up to the top to Manum. Manum shooting, and it's called no good.
And I think they're going to have a discussion about this one because the goal referee called it good and then no good. And I think the side judge had a different angle.
And we will get the answer here shortly.
And it looks like they're going to call that no good as they're moving Braxton Hale to inbound it. So tough break there for Munham.
More discussion here between the head ref and the goal ref. And since that goal is confirmed no good, Hale will start with the ball at the end line for Charlotte. The score is still 95-80 in favor of Charlotte.
Charlotte with beater control as Hale's going to push the pace a little bit to get it up the field.
Hale's met by Schwartz at midfield. Passes to Thompson behind the hoops. Thompson, despite the wrap-up attempt by Flathers, able to work through it and scores in the tall hoop. Score is now 105-80. Boston calling a timeout on that one.
And that play was almost dead at midfield. Schwartz had Hale completely wrapped up. Hale did not have an option to pass because the arm was wrapped. and then the beater comes in, beats Schwartz, Hale can get back up and keep going. Boston really needed one more defender to step up to just stop Hale, so that didn't happen. Instead, they're caught looking, and Hale's able to give a pass over the top to Thompson, who's able to finish it.
Right. And everything's coming up Aviators right now. They look loose. They look like they're having fun. And like I mentioned, Boston looks like they're playing a little frantic right now.
It has been frenetic. The offensive attempts they've been good. They've been there, but they're just not finishing, which is what Charlotte was having a problem with early in the game. But now that the rain has abated, it seems that that's not much of a problem for them anymore. Almost 27 minutes have elapsed now. Our set score at 130. We are currently 105-80. So Boston has called this timeout. I think they've got to make whatever adjustment that they need to get better finishes on offense, and also not allow these types of things on defense to happen.
Charlotte's really pushing the pace in transition here. Boston needs to make sure that they're getting back and getting into position as quickly as possible.
They need to meet the transition, absolutely. And if you can afford one more resource, that we send a second chaser out to make sure that this contact stays, to make sure that the ball doesn't get passed off, or that Braxton Hale doesn't get another drive opportunity, then that's what it's got to be. A couple of substitutions off that as well.
We resume play here. Charlotte with dodgeball control on defense.
It's just Debbie too, so I'm like, just
Boston advancing.
go Charlotte!
Monum passes to Magner. Magner is met by Womack, passes back up to Monum. Boston passing around the top right now. Gets that delay of game warning. Passes across, looking for a teammate that's bobbled across the midfield. However, Boston is able to recover. Monum driving, shooting, and that is tipped in.
And a stoppage there. I think the head referee's asking if there was a backcourt violation. I don't think there was.
I don't think there was. There was a really athletic play here at midfield to save that ball.
Flathers was walking an absolute tightrope on that midline, trying to get it out. Manages to push it to Magner, who gets it over to Monum, and who shot, beautiful shot from,
Distance.
17 yards out. Incredible.
Score is now 105-90, Charlotte. Slominski driving against Boston now, gets wrapped up by Tremple. Tries to just pass that ball out to anybody. Unfortunately, Cruz ineligible. Hale tries to save it, but doesn't get there before it meets the end line.
Charlotte, you got it!
Weishart putting an absolute beating clinic on the far side there, beating out half the Charlotte bench, so no one could even come close to the ball. Also manages to keep control for Boston.
Tremple now carrying the ball down the near side. Met by Bonadio, passes off to Magner on the other side. Magner's pass is bobbled by Monum, but she collects. Monum passing across the Flathers.
And Hale was really coming screaming in there.
Magner on the far side. Flathers and Magner switch. Flathers on the far side now. Magner taking space, driving, shooting, and scoring again.
And it looks like that timeout is definitely paying dividends for Boston now, as they've gotten 2 in a row.
Oh. It's sounding like maybe the goal was no good. As they're saying, it's purple ball inbounds off of Charlotte. Okay, the goal is no good, but the ball never went out of bounds. So Justin Cruz able to collect that ball deep in Charlotte territory, carrying it up now. What a break for Charlotte there. That would have been the second goal to go through off of the fingertips of Justin Cruz. Absolutely could have been heartbreaking.
I mean, look, if you're going to be blocking at the hoop, sometimes it's just going to happen, and that's just an unfortunate opportunity. Cruz gets lucky, though, and now takes it the other direction.
Slominski now at the top. Slominski driving, looking for an opening. Shot is off. Picked up by Cruz. Cruz is wrapped up by Flathers. Cruz just tries to get it out, but it's picked up by Munham.
Most of the Charlotte offense was beat there as we elapsed, or 30 minutes have elapsed. So Boston able to come up with that one off a good defense.
Score still 105-90, Charlotte, as Boston advances. Munham trying to get Charlotte out of position there. Person on the far side, pass to Trumple behind. Trumple cuts through some traffic and scores on the near side short hoop. The score is now 105-100, Charlotte.
Good athletic move by Steven Tremple. Gets around Slominski and just a step ahead of Cruz on the hoop. A hard shot puts it through. And I think that timeout certainly did Boston some good, as it has just started not even drizzling, misting once more. We'll see if that affects anything for throws.
Tibbs passing down to Hirsch, who's entered the game. Hirsch passing back across the field to Tibbs. Tibbs looking for an opportunity. No one really there. Cruz chasing down that ball, hoping to save it. Unfortunately, out on the near sideline.
I think that was one that they really wanted to force.
Okay, folks, we're back. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We are coming back on a stoppage. Cruz had requested a stop so that they could exit the field for injury. We've got Thompson in now to replace them.
I think, as I was saying right before that, they wanted to force that one because there was no beater back for Boston. Unfortunately, they didn't. They just tried to force it before thinking about it, and Cruz had no one to pass to and just had to launch it, putting it back into Boston's hands.
Boston coming back on offense now. Cute little volley by Tremple, who thought they were going to be beat out, and they weren't. So now they remain eligible. Tremple now in the backfield, passing across. No one really available. Emma Persons having to come screaming across the field to save that from going out of bounds. Persons across to Flathers. Flathers has Peck on them. Flathers just doing what they can with the quad ball at that point. If it goes through, great, but a turnover at the midline is exactly what they don't want at this point.
Great movement by the Charlotte beaters, both Peck and Harrelson, moving huge distance to threaten the Boston chasers, causing multiple errant passes, and that's really what saved that defense. (105-100), set score 130. We've got a functional tie.
Boston just regained dodgeball control on this play. And after some bouncing around, the quad ball ends up in Boston's hands, passed down to Dylan. Dylan through traffic, able to score on the near hoop. The score is now in favor of Boston, 110-105, set score 130.
Great play by Dylan there. Seeing the two defenders coming in, moves to the other side of the field and then switches hands so that he can get around the contact from Dylan and still have a free hand to shoot the ball. Great play.
Charlotte tied up. Flathers attempting to wrap up Thompson, doesn't work. Thompson passing off to Hirsch at the top. Hirsch down to Hale. Hale finds some space. Tries to pass to a cutting Ross, but it gets tipped.
And all 3 dodgeballs down, and so Charlotte's calling for the press. Dylan's just got to launch it across the field.
Steinberg now with the ball on the far side. Dancing around. Peck on Steinberg. Steinberg finds Dylan back in the game. Dylan shoots, it's no good. Picked off by Leary. And caught by Hale. Charlotte really putting the pressure on that defense.
The Charlotte Beaters are taking a well-deserved sub now. Peck and Reese were doing everything to keep the Boston Beaters out of that play and really forcing Boston to throw off their back foot the entire time they were on offense.
Richard and Bonadio in now. Hardly a reprieve for Boston on the dodgeball side. Hirsch's shot is off target. That gets blocked, and it was a little low. As there's a scrum at the hoops. Steinberg comes up with the quad ball.
That was a good block by Munham on that last play. Boston is doing well transitioning to different sides of the hoops. And really after that timeout, we have been seeing a lot of solid play from them.
Munham driving and taking that shot. Just blocked by Thompson.
I want to call that one a little ill-advised. Charlotte's back at their hoops. You got the defender right there. And Munham really wound up for that one.
Hale wrapped up by Steinberg as they're trying to take space. Hale able to get up after some confusion with the quad ball picked up by Thompson. Goal called no good.
There seemed to be a lot of confusion about what exactly was happening there because Hale was on the ground. Hale was tackled, and then Steinberg was also in the mix. The Boston sideline is saying he's the keeper, so I'm not sure. We couldn't quite see from our angle if Steinberg had wrested the ball away or not. So all the players start standing up, but no whistle was blown, and Hale still had the ball when everyone started standing, so he just went forward and tried to score.
Yeah, we'll see what the refs come up with here. I'm not really sure what transpired over there on that side of the field.
Just a weird scrum, and I think Boston had expected that something else had happened there or some other call had happened.
No goal. So no goal on that play, but it doesn't look like they'll be handing out any penalties either. The ball is just starting where they ended play, and Hale is off broom.
So that'll be effectively Boston ball in their own backfield.
Score is 110 to 105 in favor of Boston. Set score is 130.
"36 minutes have now elapsed." You didn't think you'd get 2 40-minute games today, Melinda, did you?
I didn't, and neither did my vocal cords. But it's great. Really great quad ball happening today. As that pass gets picked off by Hale, who's having a game, to be honest. Hale cross midline is driving on Boston's hoops, shoots, and that is good. Hale scores. We are effectively tied once again, 105 to 110.
115 to 110.
Excuse me, 115 to 110.
2 more goals to go for each team. And that was great field awareness by Hale to get that shot off just a hair before DeMuth's beat came in. That was a good goal.
Tremble now with the ball on the far side for Boston. Tremple working on Hale, working on Tremple. Tremple with the shot. Goal ref calls it good. Head ref needs a discussion.
Like a 360 no scope right there.
I don't know how he saw where he was aiming that.
Just completely turned in the other direction, turns around, whips it, and rings it in. And now they're calling it no good.
Well, goal is called no good.
It really did look good from our angle.
It did look good from our angle, but the referee's angle is what counts. The hoop gets reset now for Boston, and Steinberg will start with the ball in Charlotte's backfield. Steinberg does have Munham and Tremple at the top of the key to reset if needed. And he does. Munham with the ball. Munham down to Steinberg who bobbles. Szymanski going out to meet him. Steinberg turning the corner. Shot is called no good. Ball goes over the midline and we have a turnover.
And that's a great heads-up play by Nicholas Thompson. The closest player will get the turnover at the midfield violation, so that'll go to Thompson with Munham the only player back. DeMuth is off to Thompson's left and a little bit behind with a ball.
As well.
He's got to step on both, and now Tremple able to move much faster than Thompson, who's watching the beater the whole time, but the beat misses.
Thompson just able to squeak and squirm and never get taken down by Tremple.
Hold him here.
The score is now 125 to 110. Steinberg driving. Steinberg looking for Munham behind the hoops. Munham passes to Leary. Leary and Munham exchanging passes. Munham resets to the top of the key to Steinberg. Feeder support coming in now for Boston. Steinberg finds Tremple, cutting in. Tremple scores again. Boston 120 to Charlotte 125. We are in a golden goal situation here.
Oh, we love a golden goal. Ball in the hands of Braxton Hale.
Next goal wins. Let's go.
Gunnar and Weishart with the dodgeballs for Boston control.
Hale with the ball now, taking up space, passes over to Thompson. Thompson being met by Flathers. Flathers looking to wrap. Thompson dancing, passing deep. Hits Schwartz in the back. And Munham collects.
And Charlotte really tried to spread themselves out way too wide on that offense. Unfortunately, the passes weren't strong enough to get across the field, and that gives Boston the opportunity. A goal here will win it as we eclipse 39 minutes.
Boston with Schwartz in the back. Flathers cutting in. Munham taking up space. Schwartz looking. Is wrapped up by Thompson. Schwartz gets the ball out to Leary. Leary passes back up to Munham. Munham finds a driving Flathers, but Flathers
Shot was a little low.
Well, I thought it went through, but he appeared beat before to me.
Okay,
So we'll see. We'll see what the officials come up with.
I'm not sure it'll even count because there was an advantage call for Charlotte on the far side of the field.
Okay. So a lot going on that play.
A lot going on in that play. Both teams looking for that next goal to win it. I didn't get a chance earlier because Charlotte was moving in transition. But when Boston had their fast break on the last possession and Charlotte had no beaters back, Charlotte's chaser defense perfectly created a bubble. And it looks like the advantage, and it looks like Gunnar is getting a yellow card and will be headed to the box. And that is huge for Charlotte right now in a golden goal situation. You've got the power play.
That leaves Weishart alone as Boston's sole beater on the field.
Weishart back at her own hoops with the lone dodgeball for Boston. I was about to continue complimenting Charlotte's defense, but maybe we won't need it and they'll just turn this one around straight to a goal. But the referees are conferencing some more, so I guess I'll finish the thought. Charlotte's defense created a great bubble there so that Boston was A, pushed to the outside, B, had no passing options, and C, left space for their beaters to move right into the middle of the play without being blocked by any other players. I don't know if that was conscious or not, but that was an incredible team movement that I think would otherwise get overlooked did we not have the stoppage to sit here and explain it.
Yes, I love that you're able to bring that up because Charlotte's defense has really stepped up in the second half of this game. Their movement has been great.
Yeah, that huge momentum change, especially coming off that flag catch, and both of these teams have been shot for shot since. Boston flagged a little bit just a couple goals ago and then took their time out and they started surging, and it's like both teams are firing on all cylinders right now. The cylinders are akimbo. Let me be clear. There has been some sloppy play. However, it has made for some great, entertaining quad ball.
With the quad ball in the hands of Charlotte's Hale right now, Charlotte does get another chance at putting this game away. However, referees are still conferencing before we pick back up here.
Cylinders akimbo opening up at the House of Blues this weekend.
Some communication now with the Boston coach. Maybe just to clarify the decision.
Tibbs on the run, ball in his hands. Got beaters ahead.
Tibbs has an easy cut. And this game is over.
That'll be the end of it. Tibbs to Thompson on the far side. Thompson was unmarked. Barely a touch to put it through that medium hoop. And that will force us into a game 3 between Charlotte and Boston. Incredible. Great comeback by Charlotte.
I am beyond impressed by the play of both of these teams here today.
Looked incredible.
I don't know that we could have asked for better quad, but well, maybe if the weather cooperated, but for what we had.
For what we had. The weather definitely affected that game in the middle there. We ended just shy of 40 minutes at 39-51. Final score 135 Charlotte to 120 Boston. Keep it locked here as we get ready for our second game between Washington and Detroit. Washington took the first one. We will see what happens here in game 2 on day 2 of the MLQ Eastern Conference Championship here in Hamilton, Ohio. Keep it locked. Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the MLQ Eastern Conference Championship. We are getting our second game between Detroit and Washington. First game ended pretty close, 150-130. Washington taking that one. So Detroit hoping for the rubber match and forcing a game 3. Both these teams qualified for the MLQ Championship. This is just about seeding and bragging rights now. So we get our field set up. Detroit will be left to right in the teal and black, and Washington from right to left in the cherry blossom pink and white.
Teams and balls are set up now as we're about to get underway. And here we go. Fast break out of here. Results in Jackson with Detroit with the quad ball. Detroit also gained dodgeball control on that run. Halverson now with the ball on the far side. Halverson sending it down to Dykstra. Dykstra back up to Halverson. Halverson to Jackson. Jackson moving, shoots, no good. Pratt picks up the ball in the backcourt, sends it back up, hoping to find Jackson. It doesn't connect. Washington with the ball now.
That long pass fielded by Templeton. Templeton played a huge role in the previous game against Detroit, played major minutes.
Gaffigan giving direction, carrying the ball down the near sideline. Back out to Templeton, behind the hoops. Templeton looking. Ball's back up to Rankin. Rankin driving. Finds Gaffigan in front of the hoops. Gaffigan, first beat was clear, second beat connected. Jackson picks up the ball now, starts running, season opening. Jackson finds the hoop. First blood goes to Detroit, 10-0.
And that was a good route run by Jackson there. Koretsky just a hair slow with the beat, unable to stop the goal from Jackson.
Parker in the game now for Templeton. Breslau, Gaffigan, and Rankin make up the quad ball core right now. Breslau driving, shots off. She needs contact and isn't able to connect. Halverson fell on that. Jackson had to tap him on the shoulder. Hey buddy, we're good, I got you. Comes up with the ball.
You gotta fall flat. You gotta fall on it. Everyone's team is going to be aggressive on offense, and if you're being careless after fielding a stop, then you're going to pay for it.
Line change now for Detroit. We've got Markland, Margolis, Butler, and Love in on the quad ball side. Broder and Shane Davidson in at beater.
Washington with control. It's Bourne and Koretsky.
Detroit passing around, looking for an opportunity. Moving Parker around on that keeper line. There's some beater pressure now. Detroit throwing it deep. And that's a turnover.
And that was great pressure by Colin Bourne, streaking up to the midfield line, forcing a pass to Nick Love, and then coming after Love. Love had nowhere to go with it, just kind of had to launch it towards Markland. Pass was too high, and that goes to be a Washington ball.
Yeah, I think the hope was that Markland would get it and do something with it, but, you know, that's best case scenario. Worst, you know, at least there's not a turnover at the midline.
That's what they wanted to save there.
Washington doing their fair share of passing around, trying to get the Detroit defense on their toes. Gaff passes to Breslow in the back. Breslow shoots from distance and scores. We are tied up 10-10.
Great shot by Breslow there. It was a patient offense by Washington. They're waiting until they get the defense out of position enough, and they capitalize.
Gwen Pratt enters the game for Detroit, along with Massey, Mueller, and Beater, and Johnston. Pratt in the back. Back up to Butler. Butler drives around, trying to get around Parker, shoots it out to Johnston. Johnston bobbles that catch. Johnston gets run over by Julia Neutzel. There's a hand up for advantage for Detroit. I'm sure that's going to be some cross position play interference there. Detroit with a free play here as Butler passes it long to Massey behind the hoops. Massey finds Pratt behind the hoops. Pratt drives, shoots, and scores on the near hoop. We have a stoppage of play.
All right, so a blue card on Neutzel.
Is getting that blue card for that interpositional interference there. Sort of just trucking over Johnston. They will not serve penalty time due to the goal.
Parker on defense overplayed that one just a tidge, thought Pratt was about to shoot and raised high, like really got off the ground, and Pratt just went right around him.
Parker slow, allowing this Washington line change to come through. McGonaghy in the game now, along with Williams, Breslow, and Templeton.
Yeah.
Templeton down to excuse me.
That was Williams that they were trying to find down there, but Ray Brodeur is shutting that down completely, and Detroit walks away with a successful stop. It's Howard and Bay in control for the Admirals.
Jackson directing his offense, telling Massey where he wants him. Passes down to Massey on the near side. Massey finds Jackson on the far side. Jackson looking to drive. Jackson tries to catch a Gwen Pratt coming in behind the hoops. That gets intercepted. Breslow now driving. Seeing an opportunity. Finds Templeton behind the hoops. Templeton gets wrapped up. Templeton again finds Breslow on the open hoop and scores. We are tied up again 20-20.
Well, with about 7 minutes elapsed, Detroit, they need to hustle back harder on defense and cover that second pass. Jackson did a great job getting out in front of Templeton. Templeton able to get that ball out to Breslow, who had no one covering her, and that resulted in the goal.
Bannis and Smiley now in a beater for Detroit. Jackson passes to Markland. Markland pump fakes, trying to get Washington to bite. Jackson finds Love behind the hoops. Love gives it right back. Jackson slow playing it up the near side. Rotating that offense.
I think really we'll find out tomorrow.
Finds Love on the far side. Ill-advised pass as there was a beater there waiting. Love is beat. and the ball is turned over.
I think I'm going to write a novel called Finds Love Behind the Hoops. Quadball-based romantasy.
That's like the one thing you're
Give the people what they want, Matt Dwyer. Jeanette high in the game now. McGonaghy with the pass behind the hoops to Williams. Williams tries to get the shot off, but meets some contact. And Detroit's able to scoop that up pretty easy.
Both teams and benches kind of quiet, you know, kind of still as the air. It's a lot of like, I don't know, empty air out here in terms of energy.
Dykstra with the ball behind the hoops. Back up to Jackson. Jackson trying to catch a cutting Dykstra behind the hoops. Detroit's looking for that play where you get the defender off the hoop either by setting a pick or getting them beat. The beat was there, but the pass was just a little mistimed.
A mistiming for sure. If it would have been further left, it would have been a goal. If it would have been further right, it would have been in the hands of Dykstra for a goal. Unfortunately, put it dead center.
High to Templeton on the near side. Templeton back up to High. High's pass to McGonaghy is tipped by Love. Love streaking down the field with a fast break. Easy goal for Love. We are at 30-20 Detroit.
Really showing off that speed. Nick Love sniffing out the route, grading the interception, getting it to himself. Good goal.
Gaffigan and Reinhardt in the game now for Washington as they advance. Gaffigan on the near side. Finds High at the top. High takes some space, back out to Gaffigan. Gaffigan finds Borges across the field. Borges finds Gaffigan for an alley-oop.
And that's the size mismatch they like. Gaffigan climbing the ladder, getting above Dykstra, slamming it home.
We are tied again, 30-30 here, at about the 11-minute mark. Washington's defense stepping up, looking to meet Detroit high in their territory. Glenn Pratt just shoots the ball, hoping for the best, but pretty easy turnover for Washington.
They called for that high pressure there, and the entire team moved in unison. That was really good for them. It forced that wasted possession by Boston. Oh my gosh.
Detroit.
We've got Boston folks sitting right next to us. We have watched so many games yesterday and today.
Borges drive attempt blocked. And Detroit comes up with the ball. Washington pressing high again, hoping for a repeat of last time. Butler passes it down to Margolis on the near side. Margolis gets wrapped by High. Margolis just tries to get it out to Pratt. But Washington able to recover. Detroit's going to have to figure out something to get around this High Washington press. Twice in a row now, it's worked out for them favorably.
Washington Beaters doing a great job of taking away pass options for Detroit. Margolis had nowhere to go except Pratt, and Pratt was covered as well. The other two were already sent back to hoops.
High driving out to Borges on the far side. Borges finds Gaff looking for that alley-oop mismatch again. That pass is just a little high. Gaff had to run out and get it. Gaff to Reinhardt. Reinhardt back to Gaff is intercepted by Butler.
Good movement by Rob Butler to get out into the space where the passing was happening rather than sticking too close to the hoops. Washington had the same setup again, where they had that pass from Borges to Gaffigan. However, the pass too high this time, so it didn't fall.
Washington opting to stay near their hoops now and not do the press up on this defense. Parker working on Butler now. Back out to Massey. Parker unable to be beat as they are remaining in their keeper zone. Butler driving and scores on the far side. Scores 40-40, tied again.
Great hustle by Joey Bay to save control for Washington there. Detroit was really looking to, they wanted a tap out on the medium hoop or the small hoop. They were poised to do it. And then Butler decided to go himself, which was great. Recognized the situation, scored the goal. But they were posturing.
Breslow's shot attempt was off. Rankin tries to kick the ball. That's a dangerous kick, and we're going to get a card here. Squarely made contact with Johnson there, who was looking to dive on top of the ball.
All right, it looks like Rankin will be back to hoops, and that goal still stands. Wait.
There was no goal on that.
You know what?
Because
look, you know what? I'm watching the referee. I'm like, yeah, Breslow had a shot. Well, wait, Breslow missed.
Yeah, did not go through. That's why we had the situation with Rankin kicking the quad ball.
Yes. It's been a bit of a long weekend, Belinda.
No, I don't blame you, Matt. I was right there with you.
The referee's still talking about this one.
Referee had a long weekend, too. He's reffed every game, just as we've commented. So.
Yeah, hey, we're sitting cozy in a shaded tent. Referee's out there on the hot, toasty turf, running up and down the field.
Yeah, I'll keep my spot. Thank you very much. Okay, after referee discussion, there is no goal on that play. Score is 40-40. Rankin will be sent back to hoops for that dangerous play.
Sancho and Neutzel with control for the Admirals.
Butler bouncing the ball up the field. Looks to Massey, but Massey says, not me, as Sancho appeared to have him covered. Butler, the pass was to Dykstra. It did go through the hoop. Dykstra followed up with a goal of her own. So either way, we do have a goal. We're at 50-40 Detroit. That's what you call a double tap.
That's a double tap. Always double tap. I think there was a rule in Zombieland.
Yes.
And that was Banis in the corner there, creating the beat on Neutzel that allowed Detroit to get back control that they have now, and that shifted the Admirals' defense just enough to allow that shot.
Massey working Breslow there, forcing them to pass back up top to Gaff. Gaffigan juking, dancing, trying to get around Butler. Gaffigan able to get the pass up to Breslow, who does shoot through some traffic coming from the backside and putting that ball through the front side of the hoop. We do have a stoppage of play to confirm.
I know. I was there. I was looking.
It was a little hard to see from our angle because of the bodies in the way, but it looked like Breslow was able to windmill around to get that goal.
From what I saw, it went through.
All
I
right.
have to wonder if there was were there beaters nearby?
So
No call on that play.
It was indeed a good goal. So we're tied up 50-all. And we're in for another close one.
And here we go. Detroit picking up the pace here a little bit. Butler running across the line now. Butler finds Massey at the top. He's quickly met by a raging Parker.
I don't know about raging.
Raging was aggressive.
I think too aggressive. He was just moving laterally quickly.
Detroit passing across the top.
They were trying to push the pace a second there because the beater was not back in the play, but they didn't take advantage.
Shot block. Johnson's shot was blocked by Washington. Washington rebounds.
Gaffigan moving into position there. They wanted that pass to Dykstra, but unfortunately the defense collapsed on her immediately as Washington takes a full line sub.
Sidlar's in the game now for Washington. McGonaghy with the ball on the far side. Sidlar's to Templeton.
Detroit with control here.
Templeton, McGonaghy finds Williams, who bodies their way through traffic to score on the tall hoop. We're at 60-50 in favor of Washington now.
And that was huge for the Washington sideline because the smallest player on the field, Rachel Williams, just dunked on the tallest player on the field, Jackson Massey. You can't underestimate anyone in this sport.
Detroit passing around. Pratt shooting on that tall hoop, unsuccessful. Margolis able to rebound on the back side. Attempted reset to Jackson is unsuccessful as Templeton intercepts.
Unfortunately, the shot was just too far off the angle of where Margolis was, and that gave Washington's defense some time to react.
Sidlar's driving, finds McConaughey. McConaughey back up top to Sidlar's. Sidlar's across to Templeton. Templeton driving, looking for room. Looking for that cut from McConaughey.
Just put it a little too high for him.
Like a smidge too high. It almost looked like it went right through his hands. That was a close one, but alas, unsuccessful.
Also unsuccessful on that play was Washington's call for 1.5 on the beater play, and then Howard gets beat immediately. I think Washington has probably run that play more than anyone this weekend, and it is often successful for them, but that time, not at all.
And this will be our last possession of the first half. Detroit just absolutely running Templeton as they pass around.
And it looks like that pass to Pratt was just a little too wide, and that caused Pratt to step out of bounds, meaning a change of possession, and that'll end the period, putting us at our 20-minute stoppage, 60-50 in favor of Washington. Derek Parker, our flag runner once again.
The energy out here, what do you make of that?
It's weird.
It's weird.
It's weird. It seems it's like fits and starts of momentum for Washington with long stretches of silence in between. And for Detroit, it's just kind of low energy. Like, I think the beaters on the field have good energy, and that's it. It's kind of like everyone is muddling a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not getting a lot from the sidelines. I'm not, we're seeing a lot of great things happen out here and small cheers here and there, but nothing that's really sustaining.
There hasn't, I think part of the problem here certainly is that there has not been a lot of offensive success. Teams are not scoring successive goals on successive drives often here. It is one on, one off, or one on, two off. They're not finding momentum with themselves on offense, and occasionally, if they do find themselves with it, it's getting put through put through their defense on the other side of the field, and that kind of kills it.
You're right.
I think having game, now that it's game 2, it's later in the day. We've had a lot of rain. Now there's sun. It's humid. It's hot on the turf. I think that's kind of sapping the energy a little bit of these teams, and it kind of looks like they're struggling to keep it up.
Yeah, you're right. And this is a fairly low-scoring game right now. At the intermission, the score is 60-50 in favor of Washington. Set score is 120, which is one of the lower set scores we've seen this weekend.
Absolutely. Definitely a tighter, lower scoring affair. The offense is not producing as much as in previous games. But I mean, if the game is going to go shot for shot, we're in for a good one. We'll see how both of these teams change up their strategy as we come out of the break and into the flag runner period. It looks to be Johnston donning the yellow headband for Detroit and Jeanette High for Washington. So it will be Washington's to inbound on the far side of the field.
Williams will inbound. Washington appears that they will have control once we get started here. Koretsky very close to a dodgeball. Bourne's with the dodgeball. Banis with the only dodgeball for Detroit.
So Banis is going to have to hustle back, and Bourne decides to ease up on that one. No fast break there. Would rather keep the ball for the flag runner and the Seekers.
If you're Washington, do you stay on the flag runner?
Yes. You're finding a little more success on offense. You've got a better size mismatch. And just like that, Washington does it.
Williams finds Templeton, or was that McGonaghy?
That was McConaughey.
Williams finds McGonaghy on the near hoop for another size mismatch there. Score is 70-50, set score 120.
And without the Detroit beaters to disrupt the positions and passing lanes of Washington, I think is going to have a little bit easier of a time.
Love feeling some pressure on the far side, throws that one away.
Just kind of launched it, didn't really have an option as Bourne was putting on big pressure.
Jeanette has some time alone with Parker. Washington using the 1.5 strategy here as Gaffigan is running in the quadball. Gaffigan finds McConaughey on the near side. McConaughey rounding the corner looking for Breslow on the short hoop and finds it. Breslow with the height advantage over Margolis. The score is now 80-50.
And Washington really finding their groove here. They're really taking advantage of Detroit's defense being out of sorts. Like Detroit's defense looked confused on that last possession. They lost track of the offensive players. No one was on Breslow. They were playing tight to the hoops, and it was not helping them.
No call here as we are experiencing a stoppage, but we'll be getting play underway here in a moment. Love with a wild pass. Feeling some pressure again on that far side. Hoping to connect with Markland or Margolis.
Love just had to play it into space to avoid the turnover at midfield. Right now, the pressure from Washington's beaters is simply too much for them.
Gaffigan driving in again. The shot by Breslow is no good as Gaffigan tries to save that and just simply launches it further into Washington territory.
You can't fault him for trying.
He was trying to do a bicycle kick. I wonder if he's ever done one in his life.
At his age? Just kidding. John Gaffigan is a very, very spry man.
He's a father, and he's still playing.
I'm a father and still playing.
Okay, that's fair.
It's plenty of dads out there and moms.
Plenty of quadball parents. Shout out to the quadball parents.
Anyways, because of the midline violation, that'll end up back in the hands of John Jackson, who is closer to his hoops than the midfield line, or just about.
Gaffigan gets sent to the box for that maneuver.
You know what? Sometimes I think if fouls are objectively funny, maybe that's fair. It was a delay of game. But sometimes if it's objectively funny, maybe we should let it slide.
I agree. Jackson shooting and scores for Detroit. Finds that open near side hoop.
The timing was right on that one. Margolis came in, pushed the defender off the hoop just as Jackson was releasing the shot. Great job, Detroit, for their first goal in a minute.
We are at 80-60 now in favor of Washington. Gaffigan running in again, driving, trying to connect with Breslow. Breslow bobbles, isn't able to get the shot off. Templeton is moving around, gets it back up to Gaff, who shoots and scores.
And it looks to be an advantage call here from the near side assistant referee. And Washington's passing in this flag runner on pitch sequence has been pretty impeccable. They have found the looks, the occasional missed pass here or there, but otherwise they are really getting it around Detroit's defense. And you know what? The 1.5 play call for the beater has been pretty darn effective. Bourne running it consistently, and it has really been disrupting the center of Detroit's defense.
Absolutely. Bourne and Koretsky able to maintain dodgeball control for the entirety of the second half here.
And it looks like we'll get a timeout from Detroit. 90-60 with Washington in the lead. 23.5 minutes elapsed. Detroit taking the timeout. I think you have to adjust your defense. You've got to find a way to adjust your defense here, because you either have to deal with the 1.5 play, Bourne running all over the beaters, or you have to find a way to step off the hoops to disrupt passing, but somehow also limit shots.
Yeah, we've seen that backdoor maneuver from Washington a few times now. Maybe Detroit plants someone over there, finds someone to cover Breslow specifically, or cover McGonaghy specifically, whoever's cutting in, and just make sure that they're not able to get that easy catch and dunk.
I think maybe, I don't want to say strict 2-2, but I think you strictly put 2 on the hoops, and then you need to have your point defender, and then just kind of a free safety, just someone floating behind. If you are really getting punished on these passes behind, I think you need to take away that option.
Absolutely.
Of course, that would make it rely more on Detroit's physical stop ability, which they have been pretty good at to this point in this tournament. But Washington are no slouches when it comes to driving.
To that point as well, with Washington using that 1.5 maneuver, there's nothing really stopping Detroit from stepping up on Gaffigan. They're allowing Gaffigan to run that ball in way too far. That's a much easier pass from that sort of a distance versus making him force something from a little further out.
We talked a lot about stopping the bleeding in terms of defense here and giving up a lot of points. We didn't talk a lot about the offense. I think they just need to be more patient and connect the passes a little more closely. And that's going to help them get around the Washington defense a lot more easily without trying to force these long passes.
Yeah, they need to take their time on their offenses, get these Washington beaters out of position in order to score.
And they were successful in that last offensive possession, right? They had the shot as Margolis pushed the defender off the medium hoop. I think you got to continue to try working those things if you're going to stay in this game.
Koretsky and Bourne concentrating all effort into this defense here. not concerned with the flag runner at all at this point in the game. Jackson able to move around, get some Washington players on their heels, along with a nice beat, finds some space and scores. We are at 90-70 now, set score 130. Excuse me, 120.
Little lateral shake. Williams getting plenty of time at seeker for Washington.
Gaffigan out to Templeton. Templeton to Sidlars behind the hoops. Sidlars finds McGonaghy on the other side. Sidlars finds a cutting Gaffigan on the far side hoop. It's kind of, they flipped their play. So instead of approaching from the front and scoring from the back, they approached from the back and scored from the front that time.
And Gaffigan had a full head of steam there driving in. Unless the Detroit chaser was already on top of him, there was no way you were going to stop that.
Massey with the ball for Detroit now. Up to Jackson. Massey now. Massey down to Pratt. Pratt back up to Massey on the near side. Swings it over to Jackson. Jackson drives, gets beat. Gets that ball up, trying to find Dykstra. Dykstra's beat, unable to do anything with it. Massey recovers and tries to get it in, but is also unsuccessful.
Put it directly into the nose of McConaughey, just camped on that hoop. I'm surprised that there wasn't a turnover called there. Dykstra was beat before she swatted that ball, so I don't know if they're just calling it a rebound off of her hands, or perhaps the referee didn't see it, but either way, Washington walks away with a good defensive stop.
Templeton to a calling McGonaghy. McGonaghy shoots and scores 110-70 now. Washington just one goal away from finishing this.
Washington winning this game would win the series. It would not go to a game 3.
When Pratt trying to advance the Detroit offense, but nobody's with her as the line is changing.
Just tried to wing it downfield to Dykstra, who was in double coverage. Just a really ill-advised movement.
McGonaghy now with the ball on the far side, looking to put it away. Finds Gaffigan at the top. Sends it back down to McGonaghy. McGonaghy finds Sidlars behind. McGonaghy on the far side. McGonaghy looking for a cutting Gaffigan, but they're unable to connect.
That pass just a little short, a little low, and Pratt able to swat it out of the lane. Otherwise, they're looking for that same option that's been working for them so well.
Detroit's really going to want to use their dodgeball advantage here to create some lane openings. Butler working on Templeton. Templeton able to poke that ball out from Butler. Butler finds Pratt. Pratt shoots and scores from behind the hoops. We're at 110-80, set score 120. Another chance here for Washington to put it away.
And Detroit has also subbed in Markland, who did get a couple passes at the flag. However, they are now beat out. And some high pressure there leads Washington to just have to throw that possession away.
I'll be honest, I was watching the high-powered beater play here, a little distracted.
Joey Bay is just flying across this field right now, trying to maintain control for Washington, which he does.
Butler just trying to bulldoze their way through Templeton, able to get the ball out to Margolis, who's double-wrapped by Gaffigan and Sidlars.
And a good defensive stop there for Washington. They've already had 2 offenses with goal to go. Let's see if the third one will make it happen for them. Markland was getting a little more time with the flag runner, but now Neutzel backs them off.
Gaffin trying to get around Butler. Butler doesn't bud. Gets it to... There was a dunk attempt by Sidlars there, but unfortunately unsuccessful. It does put Gwen Pratt on the ground.
We'll take a quick injury stoppage here. Hope that they are doing all right. The dunk attempt was blocked through the hoops by Butler. And so Butler had leaned his whole body through the small hoop, gotten the ball to fall directly to the ground, and that put it in the hands of Jackson. Training staff now checking out Pratt. $110.80 with our set score at 120. That was now the third possession in a row as goal to go for Washington that they haven't been able to convert. And they've been close. They've been very close.
What has Detroit been doing well?
Physical
deny.
stops.
Stops.
It's physical stops. They're getting in the passing lanes. They're affecting the passing and shots of Washington. They are really getting their bodies in the way of the passes and shots, and that is making a huge difference.
If you're Washington, what are you telling your team there?
I think you got to be calm, cool, and collected, right? You don't want to. You've now had 3 in a row that have just not fallen, so I think you need to have a little more patient, clinical offense. You don't want to throw everything at it all at once because it's maybe not working. Pratt up now and walking off the field under their own power, getting checked out by the athletic training staff. We hope that they are doing all right. And it looks like in the ensuing time, there was a card for Templeton from Washington. Unfortunately, could not see what that was for. I don't know if it was part of that contact or not.
As a reminder, goal to go here for Washington, but not before Detroit gets another shot on offense.
Looks like that was a blue card for referee calls. So
Okay.
that is unfortunate for Washington here. And Detroit will have a quick power play. We'll see if they can capitalize.
Butler with the ball for Detroit. Taking space upfield. Gaffian meeting them. Jackson just with all the room.
With a lot of space. I mean, taking advantage of that, Washington didn't have anyone else back at the hoops, so they had to put 2 there. And, there was just enough space on that right-hand hoop that Jackson just pushed it through. 110-90 now. Washington, their 4th attempt from goal to go.
Templeton driving now, looking for Sidlars. Sidlars bobbles, but is able to catch. But Jackson wraps up and strips that ball, denying yet another game-ending attempt from Washington.
Detroit lives to fight another drive. As we have passed the 30-minute mark. Some long ones today. Markland now getting a little more time with the flag runner.
A catch here would be huge.
A catch would win it for Detroit.
Sowers now, haven't seen them in a while. Sowers pass out to Margolis. Margolis shoots, but is blocked. And McGonaghy is looking to up the pace here as they're driving across the field, hoping to catch Detroit in transition, and they are successful. Washington shoots and scores. The game is over. 5th time's the charm for them. final score 120-90.
Great showing by Washington. Absolute dominance in the flag runner on pitch game. They really turned it around, and it really shows by the way that they were poised on the ball up until that final possession, that final set of possessions, that final goal that they needed. They were really doing the work on offense, really making Detroit work for it. A little falter there, but getting the transition goal. Congratulations to them. And they will earn their higher seeding at MLQ Champs in Lancaster, PA later this month.
We'll see both of these teams there, and I, for one, am excited to see what adjustments they make in the next 2 weeks. I think it's going to be a really great tournament.
I think so too. Keep it locked here on the MLQ YouTube channel for day 2 of the Eastern Conference Championship. We've got one more game for you. Hello and welcome back to the final game of Day 2 of the MLQ Eastern Conference Championships here in sometimes sunny, sometimes rainy, all weather in one day, Hamilton, Ohio. We have our last matchup here between Boston and Charlotte, each winning one game apiece, now in Game 3. I'm Matt Dwyer, joined one final time by Melinda Staup. Melinda, one win apiece. Who's taking this one?
Don't do this to me. Oh my gosh. Well, it's not raining now. I think this might be the first game today for these teams where it's not absolutely pouring, so we might see some things we haven't seen yet. They might throw us for a loop.
Conditions are more like the first game, in which Boston won 140-90. The next game, with a lot of rain, Charlotte won 135-120. Two relatively close ones. We'll see what they do here as they get underway, with Boston gaining control and the ball after the opening rush.
Flathers and Hale sort of met in the middle over that quad ball. Flathers able to push it back to Schwartz, resulting in Boston having the first offensive drive of this game. Munham on, as well as Magner in the game for Boston on the quad ball side. Callahan and Gunnar in at beater for Boston. That first drive just kind of fell apart here as Charlotte's driving now. They're looking for a fast opportunity. Thompson able to just muscle that through. Charlotte on the board first. We are looking at 10-0.
We need to shout out the pressure that Celine Richard was putting on the Boston Chaser core. All of them were throwing off the back foot. The passes were errant. Richard was not giving anyone a second to think before bearing down on them, and that led to the the Charlotte takeaway and goal.
Boston passing around now. DeMuth making a little bit of space for Magner, but she didn't like it. Schwartz saying slow. We lost control. Munham looking for an option. Finds Flathers on the far side. Flathers back out to Munham. Boston regains dodgeball control as Schwartz drives in and is getting wrapped up at the Charlotte hoops, and there's a hand up for a foul, and play is stopped.
Schwartz had the entire team hanging off of him there.
Starting this game for Charlotte, we have Hale, Slaminski, Hirsch, Richard, Thompson, and can't quite see there, Leo Bonilla. Matt, do you know what that stoppage was for?
There was a blue card on Hirsch. I think that might have been for dislodgement of the hoop.
Hoop dislodgement then? Okay, so Schwartz got the ball right next to the hoop, was able to easily toss that through. We're all tied up 10-10 now.
Confirmed indeed, hoop dislodgement. Boston with control, and they were kind of really dominating the Charlotte beaters on the other side of the field, now standing defensively.
Boston absolutely smothering Charlotte there. Flathers not letting Hale take any space there. Hale just passing it out where they could.
A lot of hard beats by DeMuth, coupled with a smothering presence, as you said, from the Boston Chaser core, and Boston easily comes away with that one.
ball. Pass to Magner. Magner driving in on the near side. Decides to pass back up to Munham. Reset.
They wanted that tap out on the right hoop. Didn't happen for him.
Munham rotating the offense. Running that ball up the near side. Passes it to Magner. Magner's met by Slominski. Deep in Charlotte territory. Charlotte ends up with the ball, and now they're running. Who's in the game now for Charlotte?
As well as Braxton Hale, who was crucial in the previous game.
Cruz wrapped up, managed to get a shot off, but it's no good. Boston ball now. Boston changing lines now, taking it slow. Just trying to reload here. We've got Persons, Steinberg, Trumbull, and Gray in the game now. Down to Steinberg, near side. Steinberg across the back to Trumbull. Trumbull shoots, but is denied. Cruz picks up for Charlotte and goes on a run. Passes to Shaw. Shaw's goal is good. We're at 20-10 Charlotte at the 5-minute mark.
And that fired up the Charlotte sideline majorly as Steinberg is going to run it quickly up the field.
Steinberg really just catching Charlotte on their toes here, or on their heels here. Some pretty heavy contact there for Steinberg as they tried to get that shot off. Unfortunately, no good.
Illegal contact by Cruz. It was a high tackle, which brought Steinberg to the ground as Steinberg was just driving in. So now a second point-blank shot off a foul for Boston.
I'm giving it 99%. There we go. Another score for Boston. We're tied up again, 20-20 here.
I had forgotten the percentage from yesterday. I should have been asking you all today. Oh no.
Well, we've got it in time for the last game here. That one was 99.9.
Glad to hear. Glad to hear.
Shaw being met high in Boston territory by Steinberg. Gets taken down, but able to get back up, keeping control of that quad ball. Shoots, but is intercepted by Trumbull, who goes on a run coast to coast. Trumbull shoots and scores 30-20 Boston.
The rest of Charlotte's offense had already moved downfield. It was Tremple stepping up it was Steinberg stepping up and meeting Shaw at midfield. And because of the tackle and the swarm of Charlotte's beaters, they had all stepped to the side, and when the ball went to Tremple, there was green space from him to the other goals.
Shaw with the shot. I think it was a shot pass, but it went through. Meant to do that. We're tied up again, 30-30.
I'm pretty sure we count those.
We count those. Still counts. Boston passing around. Gray down. It's Dylan now with the shot. Boston up 40-30 now.
These teams going shot for shot. Great passing by Boston. They make that opportunity. And they have really locked in on each other's styles.
Hernandez in the game, along with Hale. Some dodgeballs exchanged there as Steinberg wraps up Hale right at the keeper zone.
And just an immediate wrap by Steinberg on Hale, and then a beat, and Boston was all over that one. Control in the hands of Charlotte. It's Harrelson and Bonadio.
Person met up high by Hale now. Out to Gray. Gray taking it down the far side. Gray up to Persons at the top. Persons finds Dylan on the far side. Dylan swings it down to Gray. Gray behind the hoops. Gray back up the far side to Dylan. Dylan finds Persons. Ross trying to go out to meet Persons at the top, but is beat out. Persons with a long pass behind the hoops, but that gets bobbled back up to her. She's beat out before she can do anything with it. Hale picks up the ball for Charlotte, and Charlotte's on offense now.
Great defensive patience by Charlotte there.
Hale moving the ball around, looking for something that they like. Ross with the ball now. Really just walking it in. Shooting on the far side hoop and scores. And tied again, 40-40.
And with the beaters behind the hoops, Boston was content to just kind of sit back and wait for the shot. And Ross, seeing both the opportunity on the right hoop by Hernandez and the open hoop, just decides to take the shot and sinks it.
Ross has proven to us this weekend that she is not afraid to take those longer shots. Boston with the ball on the near side now. Dylan taking it down. Fighter now in. Boston whipping this quad ball around the field. Gray shooting, but is blocked. Charlotte with an opportunity now to take the lead in this game again.
Charlotte's bench feeling a lot of energy as they sub out a couple players. Peck and Reese now checking in, a beater for the Aviators.
Cruz back in the game.
As well as Womack.
Cruz wrapped up by Fighter. Loses the quad ball in the process. Collected by Dylan.
Boston making a lot of good physical stops in this game. I really love to see it. These one-on-one tackles, they're getting Charlotte on the ground, not allowing them to pass, and they're not giving them the rest of the offense for an opportunity.
Magner in the game now. Passing to the near side to Fighter. Fighter back up to Magner. Dylan across to Fighter, looking for an opportunity, doesn't have it. Fighter trying to get that alley-oop with Schwartz. Pass a little high.
Weishart on her horse, trying to save control for Boston. Doesn't go as Peck manages to get there first. And no, now they've adjudicated it to Weishart.
Hale wrapped up by Magner, but Hale breaks through. Hale shooting on the far hoop. Gets a little low and gets knocked down. Boston collects. Wind picking up here a little bit. It's going to affect how these teams are able to shoot and pass.
Definitely going to affect the longer pass as it's blowing the tent around us. Boston, if they want the shorter passes, they're going to have to tighten it up here.
Fighter shrugging off some contact by Womack. Matt Dwyer getting involved.
Oh, yeah.
You got to help him out, otherwise that was going to roll forever.
Fighter shaking off the contact by Womack is able to get that ball through the hoop. 50-40 Boston. Cruz behind to Sofka. Sofka trying to shoot it back up to Cruz, but pass a little short. Steinberg collects.
Boston looking very poised, very ready on defense there. Both teams, they've looked good. There has not been a lot of sloppy play. Schwartz was trying to turn the corner there, but with 2 defenders in the way, he's really got to look back up to Dylan. And a good play by Schwartz to get Cruz over the midline.
It did look like Schwartz had stepped over the midline there. Cruz had stepped over the midline. Schwartz just pushed him back over. That is a quad ball turnover.
Referees conferencing on this one. So, okay, it looks like Schwartz was beat before the call, so that'll go back to Persons, who is the next eligible receiver.
Both teams strategizing now how they want to handle this once play resumes.
Boston clarifying that they can go straight back to the keeper zone because it is the first action after a turnover. A little bit of technical detailing here in MLQ.
With the likes of Cruz and Hale and Peck so far up, as well as Hofka and Womack in Boston's own backfield, I can see why they'd want to reset.
Peck and Reese are both here with dodgeballs at midfield, so Persons is just going to move backwards to Steinberg rather than forward. Wind picking up, and we're starting to feel patter of raindrops. This team can't catch a break.
Persons looking for Trumple behind the hoops. Trumple, a soft little pass up, trying to find Schwartz for an alley-oop, but it gets interrupted.
Hale paying attention to where the ball is and disrupting that lane was really good, and that leads to a Charlotte defensive stop, and they're able to make a big line substitution. Something we haven't seen so far today, Cody LeBeau in a white headband rather than black.
Interesting. Cody LeBeau carrying the quad ball now, shooting it out, Hirsch trying to collect, but it's deep in the dirt.
LeBeau with a little southpaw sidearm action, but unfortunately put it way too low. Hirsch never had a chance.
Sleminski stepping out to Emma Persons. Emma Persons walking it in after the beat on Sleminski, taking that space, shooting and scoring on the tall hoop. We are at 60-40 Boston. Charlotte urging their team to run, as there are no dodgeballs.
And big movement there to capitalize. LeBeau to Hirsch. As they move forward, Cleo Brooks had cleared the lane for that previous offense on Boston. However, the dodgeballs ended up way back on the other side of the field, and that was a no dodgeball situation.
There was a no dodgeball situation for most of this offensive play for Boston as well, as Trumple is able to drive it in and dunk.
70-50 now in favor of Boston, and both of these teams are pumping the pace.
The only player with a dodgeball in the play right now.
As Brooks and Gunnar are on the far other side of the field with Reese.
The rain picking up now as fans run to take cover.
And it looks like that foul will go against Gunnar.
Play resumes now.
Tries to get around the contact, but no good.
Unsuccessful, picked up by Steinberg. Steinberg picking up the pace now. coming out to meet Persons. Tremple trying to pass to Steinberg. Amazing kick by Persons. That was like a perfect pass to Leary. But unfortunately, Leary gets wrapped up in the Charlotte backfield.
A little bit of desperation here from Boston. Try to see them regain their poise. They do have control as this offensive mounts from Charlotte.
Bruner coming out wide, taking out Cody LeBeau, just cleaning up any offensive pass options for Charlotte.
Hernandez was making a run. Ball kind of came off her hands awkwardly onto her shoulder, and there were just a swarm of Boston jerseys there. She didn't have a chance.
Leary and Persons exchanging the quad ball. Persons down to Tremple on the far side. Tremple driving in, looking to take space, pops it back out to Persons. Persons down the field, over to Steinberg. Steinberg's shot hits the hoop and doesn't go through. Leary collects, sends it back out to Tremple on the far side. Tremple pops it over to Persons, who takes the long shot, which is no good. A few unsuccessful shots here, as well as a pass that's just a little too high outside of Leary's reach. Charlotte finally able to recover.
And Bonilla was going nuts there, trying to do everything they could to get Boston's offense on the back foot, taking away passing opportunities, taking away players out, sending them back to hoops.
Shaw directing Charlotte's offense. Eric pass doesn't connect with Thompson, and the ball goes out of bounds.
As the rain and wind begin to pick up, the field's going to start to get slick, as well as the ball.
Look to see these teams adjust to making shorter throws, shorter passes, shorter shots here, as their accuracy is going to go down. Smiley in the game now for Boston. Passes to Fighter. Fighter back to Smiley. Smiley driving. Up to Gray. Gray's shot deflected. Lands in the hands of Flathers, who drives in and scores. We are at 80-50 Boston.
Great heads up by Flathers there, watching the play develop, being in a position of opportunity, and working very hard to make that goal happen, which it did. And I would like to remind us that in the previous game, when the rain started, that started to become a boon for Charlotte. We'll see what they can do with it on offense.
Taylor Hernandez at the top. Hernandez looking to take a little space. Pass just outside the reach of Ross. Looks like Hernandez is feeling some of the pressure there as Steinberg began to step toward her.
And it's coming down even harder now. Boston walking into the wind and rain. It's driving from the Charlotte side of the field.
This will be the last possession now. Smiley picks up the bobble pass. Passes up to Flathers. Gray with the ball now on the far side of the field, working against Hernandez. Flathers now passes to Fighter on the backside of the hoops. Fighter's shot is off, but Flathers recovers and picks up the ball and shoots and scores through the top hoop. That is good here at 90-50 in favor of Boston at the intermission.
And that really fired up the Boston bench. They were hooting and hollering, they were screaming. Heard a lot of let's go. And they've got some momentum going into this stoppage.
I think this stoppage is coming at the perfect time for Charlotte. They need to regroup and figure out what's next for them in the second half. Stop the bleeding here and hopefully put a stop to this run by Boston.
We saw the rain help them before. We'll see if it'll help them again. I think a lot of the Boston defense has been making Charlotte make poor passes, making it so it's hard to get the opportunities that they were receiving earlier in the game. And that's made all the difference right now as Boston has gone on a scoring run. If Charlotte tightens up the passes and is able to pass around the Boston defense with better movement, they'll find more success. Now, of course, with the rain and wind, shortening up the passes is kind of a no-brainer to begin with. The farther that ball's got to travel, the harder it is to get it to its intended recipient. And it is just coming down in sheets and waves.
The rain is coming into our tent now.
I'm starting to get a little wet here. I mean, speak nothing of the players and referees out there on the field. We are raining at a 45-degree angle right now, directly into Boston's faces. It looks like crews donning the yellow headbands for Charlotte. It's Tremple for Boston. Charlotte's got the ball. It's in the hands of Hale.
Boston with dodgeball control. And right as I say that, Serena Stark able to regain dodgeball control.
They've got LeBeau back in at beater.
Lollipop pass to Selinsky. She quickly gets wrapped up.
And it is a veritable monsoon out here.
Boston comes up with a quad ball. Steinberg now.
And advantage was towards Boston, and Boston was on a break towards the hoops. Steinberg had a step on the defense, but play was stopped because of a referee call.
Steinberg moved back a few steps. Now has Hale in front of him.
And smartly.
Opts for the other hoop.
Smartly takes it the other direction, and now you got an advantage call in Charlotte's direction. Call from over to our left where all the beaters are. Richard and LeBeau currently holding control against Wicken and Callahan.
Score should be 100 to 50 now. In favor of Boston. Set score 150.
Wicken catch off LeBeau, gets control back to Boston, and just as soon loses it again.
Hale pass to Thompson. Thompson getting wrapped up, finds Ross. Ross dunks and scores. We are at 160.
Signs of life for the Charlotte offense as the beaters focus on the flag runner game. It's going to be all chaser defense all the time.
Persons pass through traffic, connects with no one, but Leary able to pick it up on the near side. Steinberg pass out to Persons. Steinberg looking to step. Finds traffic, but drives through it. Spars on the far hoop. We're at 110-60 in favor of Boston, and there's a stoppage on the play. This is going against Hale, I believe.
That's a blue card. Didn't quite see what the infraction was. Or, no, excuse me.
It's going against
Steinberg. Referee was standing next to Hale.
Oh, they took the ball from Hale. That's what I assumed. But they say, you know what they say when you assume.
You get wet under the tent at the function.
In other news, the goats are now retreating back to their home. They've had enough of this weather too.
Long conference discussion here as these players just need to sit stoically in the driving rain.
Yeah, I think this is a really easy way to get cold, unfortunately. Hopefully we don't see any injuries result from these long stoppages.
Cody LeBeau asking us if we'd like to switch spots. I mean, we're getting wet under here too, just maybe not as bad.
Oh, darn, I didn't bring my cleats this weekend. Shoot.
Yeah, let me go sign that MLQ waiver real quick. Crew's getting some time alone with the flag runner. Lots of dives, but not getting quite close enough.
Hale carrying the ball up now for Charlotte. Drives past Persons. Easy lane to the goal. Charlotte at 70 now to Boston's 110. Steinberg carrying now for Boston. Looking for a good option. Steinberg passed up to Persons. Persons intending to go back to Steinberg. Errant pass, unfortunately. It looks like she thought he was staying put and he kept going, and that pass just off target and goes out of bounds.
The rain definitely affecting things here as Control rests with, woo! A pretty close throw there. Control does still rest with Charlotte.
Charlotte with another goal, back-to-back. Hale to Slaminski. 80 points to Boston's 110. And we did say it looks to be happening. Charlotte is improving in the rain, or at least their game against Boston improves with the rain. As we see some fun beater moves.
That long shot to get the ball out of the way almost hit the Boston player over there.
Flather's driving, wrapped up by Ross, gets it out to Steinberg, who finds the middle hoop. 120 to 80. Set score is 150. A catch for Boston now would win the game.
You are beach.
All beaters facing off now at the flag as Peck now gets a turn at seeker for Charlotte.
First double hand passing it to Shaw. It's picked off by Steinberg. Steinberg running, picking up the pace. Tries to find Persons. Persons bobbles but is able to pick it up.
Slick conditions, let the ball slip right through Persons' fingers, but she manages to pick it up and put it through immediately.
Shout out to LeBeau. LeBeau back in a chaser. The shot off center. Leary now running. Leary looking for Flathers, who looks to catch and shoot, but didn't quite complete the catch part of that equation.
Flathers was kind of falling backwards, and the ball just slips through his hands as his momentum's going backwards. So Charlotte able to thankfully clean that one up easily. Two more goals needed for Boston. As that long shot, did it fall? And we're going to have a stoppage here to see. Charlotte just kind of took a chance off that one, spun the hoop.
No one's asking me, but I'm giving my opinion. I think it went through.
You think it went through?
I think it went through. No good. Head ref disagrees.
Spun the hoop, landed on the outside of the plane the entire time as the rain and the wind changed directions, so now it's blowing in the front of the tent instead of the side. At least it's not directly in Boston's face now. As Flathers works it up the field for Boston. 2 to go for them. A couple more for Charlotte.
Munham and Schwartz re-enter the game. Now Flathers, long pass to Munham. Doesn't quite get there. Charlotte swallows it up.
Completely disrupted by Hirsch, and it falls back to Shaw. And now Charlotte will get another opportunity.
Flathers meets Shaw at the keeper line. Person's now working on Shaw. Shaw gets past her. Shaw shoots, takes a shot at the top hoop and scores. We are at 90-130 in favor of Boston. Set score 150. Boston just 2 goals or 1 flag pull away from ending this game. Person's getting past Womack.
The Seekers haven't been getting a lot of opportunities here. It's been few and far between as Cruz nearly gets it.
Schwartz passing back up to Persons, who bobbles it. The traction on that quad ball has to be at like 0 right now.
No friction whatsoever.
Flathers passing to Schwartz, who tries to dunk, but he is blocked.
LeBeau getting the hand up, making the ball go over, and that's gotten by Shaw, and he'll pass off to LeBeau to try the Charlotte offense.
LeBeau making an unfortunate error, probably doesn't realize how close they were to the midline, step back over, resulting in a Charlotte turnover for Boston. Boston, easy run in goal. We are at 140-90. Boston just 1 goal or a flag pull away from winning the game.
And Flathers, great heads-up play there, put his hand all the way through the hoop, didn't want to take any chances of the ball slipping out.
Charlotte running, trying to connect with Ross. Ross bobbles now. Ross sending it down to Hernandez. Hernandez looking. Hernandez shoots and is blocked. That's swallowed up by Flathers. Boston with their first chance to end the game by goals. Munham walking the ball up the field, accompanied by Persons. Pass to Persons, pass down to Steinberg. Steinberg against LeBeau. Steinberg is beat.
All beaters were in the quad ball game there, except the Boston beaters were on the opposite side of the field with Steinberg. And so the patience doesn't quite work for Boston on that one, at least the setup.
LeBeau connects with Hernandez right at the hip, and Hernandez is able to dunk. We are at 140-10. Boston's second chance to win on goals now.
Charlotte has gained control back for this defensive possession. Boston, a patient passing offense. They're keeping it pretty tight between Persons and Munham.
Persons back to Munham. Munham met by Ross. She sends it back to Persons. Shaw steps out of the keeper zone, gets beat, giving Boston some space. Persons pass down to Steinberg. Steinberg beat, sends it back up before they're beat. Persons just sending it down as far as they can. LeBeau easily reaches up and intercepts that.
I think Schwartz might have been the intended target there, but Persons couldn't put enough mustard on it, probably because the ball was so wet.
LeBeau to Hale now. Hale running across.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Listen to my voice.
Running across the face of the hoops. Puts a shot up and misses. Hernandez catches.
Set it up.
Hey, we're off. Hey, good.
Contact by Boston brings Hernandez down. There's a scrum, and Steinberg comes up with the quad ball. the game now for Boston.
Their defense has been stout. We'll see if they can make it happen on this one. It's goal to go.
Hey, Jade. Defense.
Dylan to Leary. Leary sends it back up to Flathers. Flathers pops it up, worried about a beater. Dylan takes it, shoots it. Long shot, unsuccessful. Ross picks it up. Ross is beat. Has to drop the quad ball. Leary is there to pick it up and score. What do you think of that, Matt Dwyer?
Gave it to the wrong player. Ross picked it up, handed it to LeBeau instead of Hale. LeBeau is a chaser, Hale's the keeper. LeBeau was not immune, immediately gets beat because Boston was standing right there with the dodgeball, and a heads-up play, Leary comes in, puts it through. What a horrible way to end it. I mean, a great way for Boston, but for Charlotte, you hate to see that.
You hate to see that, just, silly, brain errors there.
As we end the day 2 of the MLQ Eastern Conference Championship, Boston comes out victorious in their series against Charlotte 2-1. A lot of close games for both of these teams. Really exciting ball. So happy that we could sit here and see it with you all. Thank you for tuning in all weekend. Be sure to catch all the action here on the MLQ Quadball YouTube channel later this month for MLQ Championships in Lancaster, PA. We will see you there. I've been Matt Dwyer here with Melinda Staup. Thank you very much for joining us.